Hey, good morning. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Happy Thursday. Woo! Let's go. 2 more days to go. 2 more days to go, and this week it's over. The torture is over. We got a couple of things that I'm going to share with you here. I've been thinking a lot about this, and it there really is no explanation. At least no simple explanation. Let me see if I can get somebody in here so that we can start talking about this. Robert, good morning, big bro. Good to see you in here early. I know, man. I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say. Dennis, what happened? You got put in timeout. No, last night, you know what? I was doing a lot of thinking, and I just wore myself out. I'm very tired, and I was gonna go live, and then my wife says, "Honey, I want some ice cream." Robert told me to tell her to go get it herself, but I had to go get it myself. Well, I didn't have to go get it. I took her out to go get some ice cream. So that's what happened last night. So yeah, no live for you guys. But I was looking forward to this morning's live. I've been thinking a lot about what's going on, in the world, and it's not just let's grab some information from somebody and see where we go with that. No, I really wanted to just rethink everything that I have seen, everything that I feel that it's right or wrong. I'm questioning uh, things that are happening in our world. And well, this is what you get when you come to the Dennis Herrera Show. People think that I'm lying because I am not saying what they want to hear. But I also know. Give me a second here. Let me turn this down a little bit. I think. How about that? All right. Let's. But I also know that if I stay quiet, if I'm being complacent, I'm guilty of all the bad things that are going on in my state, in my country. And well, I got to say stuff. Good morning, Samuel. Good to see you on here. Don't think I don't see you. I see you. Bridget, good morning. Good morning. Jason Martin, General, how are you, my friend? General Jason Martin is my general in my membership club. Is what I'm going to call it. Membership club. Hey, let me open up my landscape mode just in case somebody shows up on the landscape mode. There we go. All right, Ender, how are you? I see you, Burning 47, nuking those libtards, he says. Yes, I also have a private, which, by the way, the original names are Patriots. So you're a patriot, Mr. Mikey. How are you? And our newest patriot, I believe, was John, but he's not here yet. Yeah. Let's see. Got the kudos over here, thumbs up, and the peace from Mr. Ender. Um, we're gonna go ahead and watch our president, our great POTUS greetings with the astronauts. I didn't get to cover it last night. I was going to show it last night, but like I said, my wife takes priority every single time, unless it's something like very, very, very important that we need to cover. With that being said, I want to point something out to you guys. Check this out. When I am right, this is what I get. And for some reason, when I drink with my left, this is what I get. Isn't that interesting? I just thought about that. When we're right, we get Trump. When I go left, he's trying to he's being targeted. He's been trying to get assassinated. Just an observation on my cup. Maybe they did that on purpose, or I'm just such a genius. I just figured out all by myself. I got a couple of things. How about we start today with, you know what? Here, let me share something. I on my X account, I have the live, but it always shows that I got 0 views. It's just like nobody watches this. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to turn out, or how, what kind of strategy I'm going to be doing on this. But I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. That's right, baby. Mr. Mikey, the wife is in chief of staff, and she is in charge of all these things. So I gotta listen to her. At the end of the day, I'm the one that makes the decisions, but my wife's input is very, very important to me. And if I'm happy, guys, I can come in here and give you guys an actual good show, okay? You guys seen me at my worst. You guys seen me triggered. You guys seen me very angry, righteously angry. You have seen me stressed. You see me a little bit depressed. You see me with migraines. You see me sick with the flu and all this other stuff. You guys see me through my best, probably, and you have seen me through my worst. So, if you're sticking around with me, hey, man, thank you so much. That means that you guys really, really care about me. And I appreciate that. Now, I don't want you to take it all creepy ass and say, oh, my God, this guy is just here for the likes and the views. He needs some sort of comfort. No, it's not that. But I do appreciate you, is really what I'm trying to say. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for being with me. Here's a curious fact. Before we jump, I'm all over the place. Before we jump into this, you have to understand this. My show is not scripted, okay? My show, I flow. Every single day, I come in here and flow and try to piece things together for you. All I need is just a little reminder of things, and bada bing, bada boom, we get it done. That's just the way it is. Yeah, but you know what? I don't know. I mean, World War 11... That's going to be a classic for a while, Bueno, stop looking at my dimples. Only girls can do that, bro. Only girls like the uncommon woman. Yeah, I appreciate that. Just so you know, my wife reads all the comments. And so, yeah, sometimes she gets all the insults that I get. And sometimes she gets the compliments that I get. So... yes, all is welcome. Thank you for the compliments, guys. I appreciate that. The wife is always watching. Oh, look at that. There's 4 people on my landscape mode. Burning and Ender. Well, 3 people, because one of them is me, obviously. Oh, man. Good morning, Güero. ¿Qué ole, güey? Oh, man. Güero, is it Güero or Gringo? we got to specify. Is it Güero or Gringo? Gringo and Güero is the same thing, but Gringo is more for a foreigner. So we'll just, we'll just stick with Güero. Güero's good with me. If somebody didn't like my cup, when leftists come into my channel and they see my cup, they just don't like it. But it is what it is. See, I got distracted already. Squirrel. Don't you love it that it says Trump Vance? Huge difference from Trump Pence. Pence, to me, I try not to, what's the word? I try not to, no, I do offend people. I offend people all the time. I always tell the truth, so people will always get offended. That's just the way it goes. It is what it is. But here, listen. Pence to me is a traitor. He is, I am sorry to say, but to me, he is a coward. Coward or ignorant. You go ahead and put the name or the category that you want to place him in. But I really feel like, President Trump grabbed him thinking that here is a man with good character and, Christian man, and he's going to be able to, keep the balance in here. And instead what she did, see that she did? Instead what he did was just coward. Coward to the left. He gave up. He gave in to this politically correct problem. We can't. We can't be politically correct. This is what's destroying our country. My man, good morning, man. Man is over here on the landscape mode, guys, on the landscape live streaming. Either way you are, man, I'm gonna find you guys. Okay, so I need you on both, on portrait, landscape. You know, I really want to do the landscape because I can give you a better picture and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, man, it is what it is. I think that I am leaning more towards this. I am leaning more towards doing my lives on portrait mode, and then I'm going to record my videos that that people can just watch, and I'll just premiere them so I can be on the chat there with you guys. But it won't be alive on landscape mode, and we'll see. Maybe I'll still I will still do the portrait mode so that we can be on the shorts feeds. That's just how social media has been putting all the efforts in. Dirty money in the house. I see you, man. Don't be trying to sneak in here without saying hello. Jim Red, welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Good to have you both in here. Let's see. Feno something. God damn, bro, I didn't even get in there. This guy got blocked already. What happened? What did he say? What did he say? What did he say? Let's see. Here we go. Let's see. Kicking illegals. First of all, it's illegal immigrants. Without due process is illegal. Kicking illegals is the right that we have in our country. It is the law. I'm gonna say, man. I don't know, man. I do like due process. Don't get me wrong. I do like due process. I think we need due process. Okay. My thing with illegal immigrants, though. My thing with illegal immigrants, though, is that they don't deserve due process. They come here illegally. Technically, they don't exist in our justice system. That's just how I look at it. They just don't exist on our justice system. And if they get deported, they get deported. Now, the only way that they will exist in our justice system, now, guys, this is unconstitutional, I know. But the only way that they exist in our justice system is if they get caught stealing, if they get caught doing something, of a different crime than just being here illegally, okay? For example, if you work here illegally, that is a felony. And that can put your time in jail. That just means when you get due process. As a matter of fact, I am so bold as to say, if we're gonna change something, okay, because we don't want to get rid of due process, right? This is just me spitballing here. Burning 47, I see you. I'm sorry. I thought I'd say hello. I'm just spitballing here. If we're going to have due process for everybody that comes into this country illegally, I think that what we have to do is, if somebody's here in this country illegally, I don't know what the left is. After all these years, I don't know what they're thinking. But after all these years, they still haven't been able to answer my question. What do you think due process is going to do for an illegal immigrant? What do you expect to get out of it? Nobody has been able to give me that answer on the left. Guys, if you got to understand this too as well. There's going to be a lot of people that are just going to stop by, drop a nasty comment, and leave. Okay? What do they expect to get out of due process for an illegal immigrant? Think about it. These people are so retarded. They just hear the headlines, but they don't do the research. If the illegal immigrants get due process, what do you think is going to happen when they get due process? Let's see if I can get somebody to answer me. Anybody on the chat, let me know. Weddle says, you know how I feel about that, Dennis. I understand your point. It's just I know too many people close to me that came in illegally. Most never broke the law except entering illegally. F due process. If you're illegal, you are not a citizen. Well, that's the problem right there, Güero. I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand this. I have had family here in this country illegally. Just because they are my family, just because they're friends, just because they're relatives, it doesn't mean that I'm going to encourage illegal immigration. You have to understand that. I have told my cousins that have come here illegally, don't come here. Don't come here illegally, period. Just don't. It pisses me off that people feel like they're entitled. No, you're not entitled. You are not above the law. Everybody has to live under the law. So it doesn't matter if your wife was illegal and you got her papers, fantastic. If her brother is illegal, tell him to go back home. That's just the way it is. And if you want to support them, send them money. And if you can send them money, tell them to stay there. Do not be a partaker on criminality. You already know. You've been on my show long enough. You know this. If they are here illegally, you have to at least tell them. Because this is my biggest problem with illegal immigrants. This is my biggest problem. When they get deported, they bitch and complain, and they make our government look like assholes. And I hate that. It pisses me off that the criminals are playing the victim. No, you're not a fucking victim. My thing is, listen, if I know plenty of illegals, trust me, I do. And my thing is like, I'm not going to deny them food, water. I'm going to help them, of course. I'm not ICE. But if they get deported, my advice has always been the same. My stance has always been the same. If you're going to be here illegally, you got to know one thing. Sooner or later, you will be deported. When that happens, I don't want to hear jack squat from your mouth. Capiche? You got it? Very simple. Now, if you happen to find a way to get papers, fantastic. Congratulations. Great job. I have no problem with my people being here. But the biggest problem, you're not even smart enough to realize that you're not even smart. The bits. You just told me how stupid you are. But anyway, so here's the thing. I helped to get them over. It's in my past over 2 decades about, but I did help. My ex asked me to help, and I did. Well, you should tell your ex no. You should have told your ex no. As an American citizen, it is your duty to protect this country. Whether you serve in the military, that's not what it's all about. But we don't expect any American citizens to go and help illegals come in here. It just doesn't work that way. Chris Paza, why am I a disgrace? Defending my country? Defending the law? Why? Because you're a criminal and I'm not on your side? I'm a disgrace? Let's talk about this. Chris, ¿eres retardado mental? ¿O alguien te botó de cabeza? What happened to you? What makes you think that I'm a disgrace because I don't support criminals? Good morning, David. How are you? Workshop, it never ends, bro. It never ends. It's still a problem. And the reason why it has to be brought up is because they can't shut the hell up. They can't shut up. They don't take advice. I will never sit here quiet when people that have no rights in our country come over here and start all this shit. And we have to pay the price for it. I don't stand for that shit. Just so you know. But I like how you know that I'm talking about illegal immigrants. That is exactly one of the reasons why I started this channel. We need to have Hispanics, Latinos that come from another country, that have gone through the process, that knows how hard things are in the country that we come from. But be conscious enough to say, if I am not allowed in that country, I'm not going there. I am not going to be hiding. The moment that you start running, the moment that you start hiding, is because you know you're not supposed to be there. It's very simple. La migra! Oh, everybody runs around like scattered roaches when the lights come on. If you were here legally, you wouldn't have to worry about it. If you are here legally, if you're a citizen, you shouldn't have to worry about ICE being at the polling booths. You shouldn't worry about ICE being at the voting booths. You wouldn't have to worry about anything, as I don't. Because I have my white privilege card, and you guys know what it is. I find so amazing that criminals tell me that I am. I should be ashamed. For what? Ashamed of what? Standing for the law? Ashamed of respecting the law? Tell me, what should I be ashamed of? Deporting illegal immigrants? I'm gonna tell you something. One of the reasons why I push hard as I do is because of all the negative people like you. Because of all the people. No. I'm not saying you're mad, Güero. I'm just saying for people in general. You're cool with me. I know where you stand. I know that if you do that, bro, well, you still got to hear it. Because you shouldn't. You shouldn't support illegal immigration. You're an American citizen, and your priority is this country. If you want to help Mexicans, you got to go to Mexico, bro. You got to go over there and help them. But while you're in this country, you have to stand for America. You have to stand for this country. That is the thing. And that is why I talk about illegal immigrants all the time. But I'm going to say this, man. If you support that is what? Let's give to kids with good report cards? No. They can get good report cards in their country. Listen, if you guys really care, like if you come into my channel and you don't like me to talk about illegal immigrants, I'm going to tell you this thing right here. I'm going to tell you this right now. If you really want them to get away with being illegal in this country, you wouldn't come into my channel to give me shit. Because I'm going to tell you, I am this close. Hey, Eric, how are you, sir? I'm this close to going out and telling on all the illegal immigrants that I know. I am this close to going out and say, hey, ICE, how much was that? How much money do I get for every illegal immigrant that I report? Yeah, I got a couple of thousand that I know of. Yep, maybe more. Yeah. There's a few churches that I know. Yeah, that they got thousands of members that are illegal. Yeah. How much? Okay. Here, let me give you the address. This is where they're at. That's what you're doing. See, like right now, I'm just cool. I'm letting ICE do their thing. I am not out there calling. There is a hotline. Yes, there is. I'm not doing anything like that. You know what? That's ICE's job. Here's my stance. If I'm going to say it again, there's just a few people in here anyway, but you know what? I hate being so repetitive with things. But here's the thing. If you are in this country legally, God bless you. Make sure that you follow the law. And if you're looking for some residence or even citizenship, make sure you love this country before you go that route. Okay, that's just the way I do things. If you are here illegally, my two advices is this. If you are here illegally, shut the hell up. Number one advice, shut the hell up. Stop protesting like dumbasses on the street, letting everybody know that you're illegal. Number two, which is the best advice that I can give you, self-deport. As far as I know, the money's still good. You can still get money. You can still get money for going back home. You're not going to prison. You're just going back home. Oh, Streamlabs. Good job, Streamlabs. Did Streamlabs do that? Oh, yeah. Streamlabs. I love you, man. I need to learn how to do some settings on Streamlabs so I can get jackasses blocked automatically. No, Mike. I want you to tell me, Mike Antonio. I want you to tell me why I'm a hypocrite. Tell me why I'm a hypocrite. It's all good. You can disagree with me on that. It's all good. Hey, my whole family was born in the USA. I was born in Missouri. You're going to harass, get reported. I don't know what the hell you're saying, bro. I'm sorry. Florida says, Unc Andy says Florida got 4 seats. Oh, man, you guys are taking my thunder away, man. Oh, wow. Hi, I'm Christy Noam. If you leave, I'll give you $500, Eric. Eric, I think it's I think it was what last I heard was like $2,000. It used to be $1,000, I think. $1,000 once you got over there at back in your country. So again, guys, you have to look at it this: they're not going to prison. I mean, really, if they do get a real due process, they will probably be in prison for years before they even go back home. Now, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something like real question for you. Real question. Let's say you got caught stealing. Okay, this is just you got caught stealing. Hey, Cotton Age, how are you, brother? You got caught stealing, and you get 2 choices. Okay, I need you to put that back. Go home and don't do it again, or we'll just take your ass to jail. What would you do? You took something that's not yours. Now you're going to jail. Or put it back and just go home and don't do it again. Tell me what would be your choice. Honestly, what would be your choice? Would you just say, I'm just going to jail? Absolutely not. Not one of you guys will say that. I know I'm not stupid enough to say that. If I was caught stealing, which never will happen because I don't steal, but if I was caught stealing, I would say, oh my God, thank you so much. Let me just go back home. I will never do it again, I promise. I think that's fair. So why would I be a jerk if I'm giving you that option? If I just say that you're not human and you don't deserve anything, okay, then you can say that. You can judge me on it. But I'm just telling you to follow the law, the American law. That's all I'm saying. Now, I do want to point this out, guys, because when these leftists come over here to my channel, I'm going to tell you this. When they come to my channel, they always give me crap about the viewers on my show. And you know what? They're right to they're right to say and make fun of all that stuff. But I will tell you this. There is suppressing from YouTube. It really is. They just don't want a lot of good truth and information out there that is going to deviate people from making money. Not just for them, but for the government. It just happens. It doesn't matter. YouTube, you can just let me have 5 of my subscribers on here. That's fine. That's the game you want to play. Play that game. That's fine. But we're not going to stop telling the truth. Thank you, Renee. Thank you for subscribing. You know, about 95% of my subscribers don't get a notification. That's crazy. But that's okay. It's all right. Plus, not everybody has the time to sit here with me, for hours and hours. So I don't expect everybody to stay on for the whole time that I'm here. So with that being said, Dennis, I saw that. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. No worries, man. And yes, there is some programs that I will agree with you, my friend. But I have to keep it real, man. I can't just be like everybody wants me to be, right? I have to be honest all the time. But you know what? I've seen podcasters that have 7 million subscribers. Do you know how many people actually watch their feed? Sometimes 20,000, maybe 40,000 on a good day. 40,000 out of 7 million subscribers, that is nothing. So imagine me with 19,000 subscribers. If I get 100, good job, Dennis. If I get 100. So I'm more focused on getting quality, not quantity. Because, I have 19,000. Thanks, Aunt Candy. All of you who support me, you guys do look for me, so I appreciate you. I know Robert has come in here sometimes hot and be like, son of a bitch, I didn't get no notification. I am looking at my phone, and I didn't get a notification yesterday, and I didn't get a notification today. I'm looking at it. I got no notification. None. So I know. I know that's how it is. Let's see. The true Dennis, I have the bell highlighted for all notification, but I only see you when I am scrolling. I have to physically search for you. Ah, man. Thank you, surviving. You know what? It doesn't matter. When you guys are here, man, that's it. You guys make my day. I'm gonna tell you this, this is just really heartfelt, okay? Because David Barb, he's not a member. He's a subscriber, but I love David. He's crazy. He puts dumbass comments sometimes, but most of the time he's complimenting, and I believe his heart is in the right place. So David, sorry if you get offended, but I love David. I like David. I like seeing David on my channel, and I made him in mud. I made him a mud because I feel like he's going to be responsible with it. And I made a joke with him, right, from Marvel. It's like, with great power comes great responsibility, right? And so he's on my landscape mode still, probably, hopefully. He's on the portrait now. But I want to say this, Cutting Edge, he's been with me for a very long time now, okay? And Cutting Edge has supported me a lot, not just with finances, right, with super chats and membership, but he's supported my channel so much with information. He sends me links to my email. He's when he has time, he's always active on the chat. Just stating facts, and that's what I love from you guys. So Cutting Edge, my Dominican Republic brother, I have much love and respect. Maybe one day, if God allows us, we'll meet in person. I hope that one day I have, let's say, enough finances and freedom to be able to come and visit some of my members. I really want that. It would be very special to me. And not every member, I'm sorry, that's just the way it goes, but not every member. Tanya, for example, she's such a sweetheart, always gives me good compliments for my wife. Robert, Brian has been with me the longest because Trinity is not with us anymore. And I don't mean that she's dead, hopefully not. I haven't heard from her, but she's still a general in my membership, and she pays I think is the YouTube charges $29 a month. So I know Trinity's still supporting me financially, even though I know she's very, very busy. There's a lot of things, guys, and I just can't tell you, but there's a lot of things that she's going through right now. But I miss her. I love her, and I miss her so much because she used to come in here and just lay out the facts, stat numbers, everything. Trinity has been probably the most amazing member in person that I have ever met on YouTube, and has given me so much support in that manner. But Brian really, he's been with me as a member the longest out of anybody else in here. And Brian is one of my big brothers, and Robert as well. I know Robert's situation. I know a lot of things about Robert, and he is a true patriot. He is a true delight to have as a big bro. I really mean it. I'll probably cuss him out one day, but I really love you, Robert. You are fantastic, brother. I really mean that. Jason Martin is probably the newest addition to my, well, one of the newest additions to my team. And I'm going to tell you, Jason, had a great conversation with you. We talk a lot of shit and talk a lot of facts. I love it that you are a chef, by the way, because I love cooking. I love that you have served in the military. I love that you guys are vets. Some of you guys have been deployed multiple times. Some of you haven't been deployed. But you guys are all vets and patriots of this country, and you're with me. You know what I'm saying? And that's special to me. I think probably one of my craziest veterans is probably Man. He is in my mind, he is a hardcore, badass veteran redneck that I just love having on my corner with me. And I appreciate that, man. You guys don't understand. It's not that I need the likes and the views. Of course, we do need them, but that's not why I do that. I really enjoy. You have to understand this. Mr. Mikey, I'll get to you. You're also very special, my friend, and I really appreciate that. But I got Jason Beatrice. He's probably not here yet, right? I don't think I've seen his name yet. But I got Jason Beatrice, who's also a veteran, who's also has his son is one of the soldiers that boarded one of the oil tankers over there in the Middle East, and he was telling me that his son, when Trump was talking about doing this, and that he was telling his father, Jason, that, man, I can't wait to get in there. Like, come on, put me in, coach. Sort of attitude, and that kind of patriotism, bro. That kind of stuff. It's amazing. I'll tell you right now, I am crying of joy inside as I am telling you my true feelings and appreciation for you, because it's so special to see that all the people care about the country, about the land that you care about as well. And I'm going to say, man, it's very emotional to me, to be honest. You probably can't tell, but it's very emotional to me to say these things. But I appreciate it, man. It's like it's almost like saying I don't deserve you guys. Like, that's really, I really mean that. It's like I don't deserve you guys. I'm a nobody, guys. I'm just a regular Joe, and you guys have given my life hope. Who says that? Steve. Steve is a guy that has ADHD as I do. My man. I hope you heard that compliment, and hopefully it was a compliment to you. But Steve, he gave out memberships. He's messaged me private messages. I've had conversations with him. He understands where I'm from, where I come from, who I am. Aunt Candy, yes, I see you. You're also very special to me. Believe me, even though you guys are not members, the fact that you guys come in and support me and give me a like and put some comments in there and maybe correct me if I mess up on something, and I see you, hopefully. Maybe correct me on something. I appreciate that. I didn't know I was going to make this long to say thank you guys, but it really is a big feeling. It's a big difference in my life. Let me just say this. Steve came to me most recently, right, with you guys. You guys know Steve. He came in here and told me, thank you so much for your show. I was getting depressed and I was losing hope for America. But since I came into your show, I saw this and I heard, and I am a fan. That's exactly how I felt as well. And I think it has to do with the ADHD. You know how you get stressed, or you get depressed, or you just get uncertain of something, or you procrastinate. When you have ADHD, it's a lot worse. I'm not saying that it stops me from doing things. It's just the levels of stress seems to be so much higher. The levels of depression seems to be so much higher because, thank you, Cutting Edge. I'll read the comment in a second. And your thoughts are like, you have you have no idea all the things that are here right now and trying to bring them out as a one sentence is so difficult on its own. Now add thinking in Spanish 100% and then trying to say English words. Every single English word that I use is being translated instantly. I can never think in English. It's always in Spanish. And so just imagine having that, and then you try to make your point across, and you gotta like this, right? I'm not just like on my phone. Like when I'm in my car, it's a lot easier for me. I don't have to do anything. But when I'm here at home, I'm looking at your chats. I'm trying to give attention to you guys. I am looking at my monitors, making sure that it's coming out the right way. I see all my mistakes. I don't like them. I hate my mistakes. But you know what? You guys are awesome. You guys are patient. You guys understand. And I got these monitors here, and I have to look around, and I got to find all this other stuff. Now, I got to make sure that I give you the next thing that I'm going to put out for you as I'm talking to you. I try to give you some attention. People come in here and insult me for no reason, and they do this and that. And, of course, once I'm in my mode that I'm just going to go ahead and give you this information, if I insult anybody in general, it's just people in general. And what always gets to me in my head is that the libtards always respond. They get offended because it lands on them. They're conscious, right? Their own conviction says, oh, shoot, that's me. And they have to defend themselves. And on Candy says green is better. Did you just become a member? Ah, man, you're awesome. John Anthony also became a member. I think it was yesterday, right, John? So I got some names to add up to my list. Thank you, guys. That's what I'm talking about. You guys just do it on your own, and I appreciate it. But, there's so many things, guys. I'm not making excuses for my show or my lack of skills or, why my numbers are down or whatever. I'm always very honest. Always. I never believed on pretending to be something that I'm not. I have always been the same. And so with all that being said, you guys, just so you guys know, behind the scenes, listen, I know that there's a lot of youngsters out there and people that are so good with, the software for streaming, and they've been streaming games for a long time, and they've been doing this. I don't do streaming. I don't do the software. I had to go redneckish, certainly. See, I was right about man. And, I have to learn. You guys don't know this. I have to learn how to use the software, right? Just like when I'm putting I change my screen, I got all these scenes set up and all this stuff. I have to learn how to do that. I need to find. It's so hard to find information sometimes. I know for some people it's secondhand, second nature, but for me it's like I have to learn everything over and over and over. And if I tell you to sit here on my chair right now and do what I do without a script, without anybody else putting clips for you, without anybody else doing the work for you, I can guarantee you're going to be like, what the hell is going on? But you know what? It is a blessing. I believe there's a skill. And I can tell you that when I see you guys in here, man, it raises my spirits. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie for you. I'm not going to lie to you. It really raises my spirit. I know, Jason. That's why you're my general, man. This is, by the way, if you guys don't know, this is Jason right here. That's actually how he looks like, to be honest. He looks like that. He looks like that cartoon right there. He really does. Oh, man, I love my chef. With that being said, man, Burning 47, you've been with me for a while as well. I want to say thank you so much for that support. You guys, I'm telling you, I know John Anthony just became a member yesterday, but John has always been positive. He's always been putting some information on the chat. You guys are just terrific. And I wish I can find, man, I wish all 19,000 of my subscribers were like you guys. I really mean it. I put Unc Andy on the spot, but that's because he called when I was live. So I called him back. Good morning, James. That's another guy right here. James is a badass biker. And he's here from Washington, so I'm looking forward to meeting James one day. James, we got to make some time, brother. I know you're busy. I know you got your own life. You got family. I know. So I don't want to put you on the spot, but one day we got to make some. How about this? We'll make some time this summer, okay? Whether I have a barbecue or you have a barbecue, Let's make it happen, okay? And maybe I'll do a live. Maybe I'll do a live in there with all the crazy people around you. It'll be fantastic. I would love to do something. I don't know exactly yet, but I can see something happening between us. I would love that. Uh, Thank you, David. Appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, I see that. That is exactly who he is, guys. Yeah, the emoji was just so accurate. I think it's because all Asians look alike. Ah, man, you know what? You can be a little prejudiced in my show. It's all good. You can say, people calling here, they compare it to this Mexican comedian guy. But the Mexican comedian guy is actually funny. I'm not, and I think it's the underbite, my accent. I don't know what the hell it is, but I think it is a compliment. When people compare me to a Mexican, they think they're insulting me, but they're not. Uh, oh, watch out. Coyotes in the house. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Coyote has been fantastic as well since he came into my channel. You know what? I'm just blessed, man. I want to tell you what I wanted to run for governor. I still do, but after talking with the Republican committee and the Democratic committee, bro, I'm so disappointed. I am so disappointed on both parties, the Democrats and the Republicans. I'm just, we want to do something for our state. We want to do something for our county, for our cities. We don't need career politicians. We just don't need that. We need to have real citizens with real life experience with good and bad. Like, I have been broke, homeless in my car. I have also made millions of dollars, okay, in business. I have been middle class. I am in the lower class. It doesn't matter. What I have found is that what I want is to have my family with me. Working 3 jobs didn't do jack squat for me when I was in my younger years. I am more blessed today with a lot less money. Obviously, money helps, but with a lot less money, and I have my children with me. That's what's amazing to me. Thank you, James. You need a mic drop moment. Let the zinc roofer come in. When the zinc roofer come in, don't block him. But you guys probably put him in jail already. But don't block him. Don't block him. Now, I promised Cutting Edge that I was going to read his comment. Guys, you see, it's impossible to be able to address everybody. It's just impossible. So I haven't added my 2 new members to my list, but I will hopefully do that for later today. Don't forget, tomorrow is my cowboy day. I can't wait to wear my cowboy. I think I might have to wear my cowboy hat probably every day. It's just my favorite hat, and I love it. It's crazy, right? It's crazy. How can you miss a hat? It's right behind me, staring at me and say, "Hey, Dennis, put me on." YouTube is closing channels like crazy. They're using AI every time and even mark other channels as the originals and can rob you content. So watch out. I already saw it. I already seen this. Cutting Edge. And, I don't know what Marvin says. And I watched these guys that are very, very good with AI. And, that's exactly what they told me. If you guys didn't know this, the content that I bring in here I was getting over 100 subscribers daily because people just kept coming in here and commenting. And then now just YouTube is not putting that out there. Like right now, I think out of all my members in here, it says that I have 6 people in here. SoCal he's nice in his own way. But SoCal is so retarded in so many ways. But I think you know what? I think SoCal is starting to get to know me. I think he's starting to get to know me because I can guarantee you. Listen, I don't care who you are, unless you're a jerk and a jackass. I can guarantee you, if we meet in person, I will not be fighting with you. Even listen. it doesn't, SoCal, even if you are so retarded to me, even if you're so retarded because you're hard in your ways, which is okay, it's the way that I talk. I can guarantee you, man, that we can hang out and there's no problem. There is just no problem. And I think you're starting to get to know me and the way that I talk. And I think that if you were soft and you were easily insulted, you would have never came back to my channel. Am I right? Absolutely, son of a bitch. That's what I'm talking about right there. You see that? SoCal, oh my God, I have insulted this guy so bad. It pisses me off because he's just the opposite of what I say. But doggone it, man, it's just there is not 1 ounce of hate that I'm going to go out there and say, I want to beat this guy up. I want to use my 9 mil. No, nothing. I don't care who it is that comes in here. Even the angry vet for democracy, even the zinc roofer, even the same jackass, the trolls that just come into my channel and hate. Which, by the way, SoCal doesn't come and troll and hate on my channel. He just believes the opposite of what I do, and sometimes when your glass is full, you're not going to accept anything else. So we're just going to argue about it. But nonetheless, man, it's just I love when I see that, man. Pizza guy used to support my channel a lot, and a lot of leftist people told him, it's like, hey, don't support that channel anymore. He guys doesn't believe what you say. Well, Pizza guy, he is so brainwashed, that to be anti-American, it's okay. And I just can't handle that. I can't stand anybody who wants to be anti-American. That's just not the way. I just can't accept that. Can I still be friends? Absolutely. I went and had a great lunch with him. I complimented him. He's a big rig. He's a big truck driver. You guys seen the short, of me and him talking, to everybody, I no animosity. I have cussed this guy out before, and I disagree with him, but it's gotten to the point where he's gone so far left that even he rejected my friendship. And it's sad because I really think that he's seeing things in the wrong way. The things that are going on in our economy is that it's we're just entirely different, But I always said, hey, I appreciate you supporting my channel. I'm telling you, this guy was dropping 50s, 100s super chats on there where, even a lot of my members don't do that. I get it. You don't have to do that. But that is how you actually get the channel, to continue moving on. Everybody got bills. The internet is not for free, etc. So I appreciate everybody that, comes in here. And, the thing is, you have to understand this. Team Hype, let me tell you this. The reason why I don't like when you guys come into my channel and stop insulting Trump, you have to understand something. Most of the people that come into my channel, they are MAGA. Okay, we're Make America Great Again. It's not a racist group. It's not a bigoted group. It's none of that. Okay, and just because you disagree with me doesn't mean that we're going to be enemies. That's not what it means. But every time that I give somebody an insult is because they either say something stupid straight directly to me, or I'm just saying that out in general. And the people that jump and get offended by it, that's their choice. You know what I'm saying? So that's a big difference. And I'm not going to tolerate you coming in here and insulting President Trump or anybody on my chat. And that is the biggest thing. If you're going to come in here and you're going to tell me that I'm lying, then you need to go ahead and tell me what I'm lying about instead of just, saying dumb stuff. Like here, I'm going to give you an example right now. So Trumpstein over here says Trump kissed the wall. Yes, that is true. What about it? I don't have a problem with that. If I had a problem with that, that means that I don't believe in the First Amendment. And you guys already know the only reason why I am anti-Islam is because that religion is not just a religion. They are there saying death to America. They want to take over our country. No. Americans, listen, you have to understand why. If how can I put this in here? Let me see. Listen, it gets to me. It gets to me when people are the opposite of me. Let me tell you why. Not because I'm the best. No. Listen to me here. In this country, we have gone through a very rough history. Okay, not everybody's going to know exactly everything about the history, but we've gone through a very rough history. And I hope that you will understand, because I really hate to just block you. I really don't. Never mind. Somebody got blocked already. I just don't want to do that. But I want you to understand something. The reason why, one of the reasons why, we had a really rough history. This country is only 250 years old, guys. 250 years old. There is countries like Britain, right? We just, you heard me yesterday. The King and the Queen of England, they are here as guests, and we're going to honor them as our guests. But we're not going to forget history, right? It was a tyrannical king back then that ruled over America. We didn't want that. When we became independent from the Brits, America. Fandy says as a lag. There probably is. I'm looking at the X account. If you're on the X account, hey, how are you? God bless you. Thank you for being here with me. I appreciate you. Drop a chat on the comment, on the comments below there. I appreciate it. Let me see. Yeah, it could be. My feed seems okay. I mean, I'm monitoring my feed. Let's get that ugly ass face in there more. I'll get back to the history. Let me make this a little bit bigger. This is one of the things that I don't like to do, the multi-streaming. It's just annoying. There you go. You guys don't know what I'm doing, but I appreciate your patience. Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience. Yeah, yeah. So it looks like my stream is okay. I don't see any lagging on here on my end, and I'm watching it on both the landscape and the portrait mode. But anyway, so what I'm saying is that we've had this American blood on both sides, migrants that came to this country, hundreds, if not decades, if not hundreds of years ago, and they have fought. They have done something for this country. But now we have people that are marching on the streets. Look at this. You can protest your government. You can protest something that's going on here. But nowadays it's so popular to protest for every single country in the world. And somehow the American people got to just sit there and take it. And I don't like that. I don't like it. Free Palestine. Well, get your ass over there to the Middle East and go protest that. Free Iran. Okay, well then get your ass up there to the Middle East and protest that. Unless you're going to be pro-America, then go ahead and do it on our streets. If you're going to go against our country, then you got to go do that shit somewhere else. Like, I don't understand this. And I'm going to share a clip from Leftists Losing It. Now, I hope that the Australian, news outlet doesn't get mad at me for sharing this, but I think that she really had a great great clip out of this, and I'm going to share it with you because it's very important. But I want you to understand this. If you, like, for example, all the Iranian people that were marching in New York and all this stuff, they are pro-America. They're saying, thank you, President Trump. Thank you, America. And that, my friends, is the difference. You know? Oh, man. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, if they're saying thank you, President Trump, or even not even President Trump, they're just saying thank you, America. I'm happy, and I'm glad that they're doing that. But if they're protesting against us, like for example, there is people right now here in our country praising Khamenei. Why? Why are they allowed? We shouldn't allow anybody. As a matter of fact, it is an immigration condition that you do not partake or become in any way involved with terrorism against the United States of America. Therefore, anybody that goes out in the street and supports a regime like Hamas, a regime like the Iranian regime, the Islamic terrorist, or Hezbollah, you got all these Islam countries out there that don't want these terrorist regimes, and they're against it. And so we got to go up there and help, and we do this and that. But it's like, go do that shit over there. Don't do that over here. How do you get Hamas supporters here wearing the Hamas everything? And guys, you gotta see it for what it is. It's nothing of being racist at all. John, remind me about China and Russia, okay? I will talk about that. I will talk about it. The thing is, I wish that people that come from other countries would just get the hell out of our country. Let us live our life in our country. You get your ass over there to the country that you support. You don't have to be here. If you don't support this country, well, don't live in it. Go live in the country that you do support. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So again, if you are in this country and you're illegal, shut the hell up right there. Just shut up. Stay quiet. Hang low. You know what I'm saying? Until you get papers or whatever you are doing, which is a felony, working under the table illegally, fraud, whatever the hell you're doing, grab your money, send it to your country, and just go over there. I hate to be giving advice to criminals. But they're not stupid. They're just not wise. They don't know what to do with intelligence. They don't know what to do with information. They just don't know how to rationalize. They don't do any analytical or critical thinking on anything. They don't use common sense. When people come in here and they tell me that I'm a traitor because I am defending the United States of America, okay, who are you defending? That's what I'm at. Who are you defending? Because I'm defending the American people. Why? Because this is the United States of America. This is the country of the American people. So if I'm here as a migrant, I'm going to keep my mouth shut against what the United States is doing. And if I don't like what they're doing, I'm out. I'm out. That simple. It is that simple. I'm still not getting a notification. I should always get my notification on my email. But the last couple of days, I have no notifications from YouTube that I am live. Yeah, only if people go through my profile. What's up, Brian? Big bro, man, I just gave you props and you were not here earlier. Sorry about it. You don't get to hear it. You got to go listen to this live from the beginning. Fandy says, Allah is the greatest. You know why he's the greatest to you, Fandy? Because you don't fear God and Allah is fake. It's easier to believe on something that is fake and doesn't hold you accountable for your sins or bad actions or evil intentions. That's why it's easier. See, the road to perdition is so wide and open. It looks beautiful. Everybody jump on the wagon. Everybody jump on the wide road to perdition, to hell. And all of those who are honest and believe in God and are fearful, well, here's your narrow path and you got to balance yourself. Otherwise, you fall. The good news is you don't have to do it by yourself. You can always grab onto Jesus' hands and he will make sure that you do not fall. Dang, that was pretty deep. That was pretty deep. If you didn't understand that hidden message right there, I don't know what I can say about you, my friends. All other than God loves you. Let me say this, Fandy. Sharia law is God's law. Yeah, little g gods. That's well said. Sharia law is the devil's law. That is correct. But I have good news for you, my friend. Out of all these 13 people that are watching, you, Fandy, get to hear today, there is salvation for you, my friend. There is an opportunity for you to repent from your sins and your evil ways and accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. But you got to repent from your sins. Otherwise, well, you're going to hell for worshiping a false god and believing in oppressive, satanical Sharia law. Again, if you don't support the laws of this country, go to the country that you support, okay? Go over there. Go live in the Middle East. Be part of the Iranian regime. Maybe a bomb will drop by and you can catch it, before it explodes and save the world. Go do that. And, yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell you something. Jews, I'm going to say this. Listen to me very carefully. Jews don't mean shit to me. And I want you to understand this. They don't mean shit to me when it comes to accepting them as my religion. I don't give a shit what they believe. Okay? I support Israel. I support Israel. 100%. I believe the only one true God. Only one true God. I'm glad that, you know what? I'm glad that you brought up this Sharia law shit, because that's something that I've been thinking about all night and all this morning. Let me go ahead and bring it back a little bit. Let me tell you something. To the very few people that are here, let me give you this truth. Take it or leave it. Always take my word with a grain of salt. But let me give you this today. Good morning, Taddy. Good to see you on here, brother. Let me give you this. You have heard, out with Israel, F Israel. You're going to hear all this rhetoric about Israel. Israel. They want nothing to do with Israel. But I want you to understand something. I hope that I can put this together enough for you to make your own conclusions. What do we hear the most? Let me just go ahead and start off on the right side. Listen to this. On the right side, where we are at, okay? Okay, here we go. First of all, I believe in the one true God, the only one true God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Number one. Number two, I am a nationalist, meaning that I put America first, this nation first, and then we go out. I believe on securing the borders. Now pay attention. Securing borders, boom, secured. Illegal immigrants out, they got to get out. Okay, there's no question about it. And then when they're out, if they self-deport, they will have a chance to come back the legal way. So if I have people like Güero, let me tell you this. If your family and friends self-deport, they can apply for a visa again. Now here's the tip. They have to show their health history, their criminal background history. They also have to show that they're not going to be depending on welfare when they come to the United States of America. And if you want to sponsor them and say, hey, if that happens, I will take care of them. This is how much money I make. You got to give them your bank account information and all this other stuff. And then I can guarantee you that the consulate at the United States Embassy will give them permission to come to this country. But if you cannot do that, then you shouldn't support them being here illegally. All right, out of the way. I believe that God should always be first in our country. Is God the law? No. Moral law? Yes. Rules for salvation? Yes. Law of the land? No. We got to separate those things. So we have a moral compass because we believe in the one true God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as I said. We don't want to have our children mutilated. We believe in two genders, boy and girl. We believe in a marriage between a man and a woman, for God created Adam and Eve, a man and a woman. For a man and a woman cannot reproduce. But only a man and a woman, a male and female, can reproduce. Now, there is exceptions in some animals that are asexual. There is deformities where you can be born with both genders. I get that, okay? And at that point, yeah, as much as it is a deformity, you can get to choose which gender you want to be. But again, you know, we're looking at who I am today. And believe me, when I give you the part B of what I'm telling you, you're going to be able to make a decision on what you want to support. So we have these policies here. I believe in capitalism. I believe that people should have the right to own their own businesses. And no, they don't have to give bonuses out to their employees, but they should always pay a fair wage. Now, if you want a livable wage, then education should come into mind when you're choosing that, or a trade that you yourself can work and become very successful at. Number 3, I believe that anybody can be whatever the hell they want, but they don't have a right to break everybody else's rights to be what they want to be. You are not going to force me to tell you that you are they, them, when it's just one screwy girl or guy. Okay? I don't care what you think about your gender fluid. That is some bullshit. You are not going to force me to use your damn gender pronouns or whatever. Okay? So that's where I'm at. And then I support Israel. Why? Because Israel is our friend. Why? Because Israel doesn't say death to America, death to the Middle East, death to Germany, death. Israel doesn't say that. Is there bad people in Israel? Yes. So is here in the States and everywhere else in the world. But here's the thing. Whether you like to kiss the wall or not, that's your prerogative. The fact is, they have their own religion, just like we have religions here. The fact is that we are at peace with Israel. Whether they have nukes or not, it's irrelevant. They're not trying to start World War III. They're not trying to say death to infidels. They're not trying to force you to believe a religion that you don't want to believe in. With that being said, you hear all the negative things about Israel, Israel, Israel. Let's get Israel out of here. The moment that you go against Israel, you are going against God. Whether you like to believe that or not is irrelevant. Now, here is the other side. If you're on the opposite of me, you believe that there is no God. You believe in open borders. You believe on not protecting the United States of America. You believe in supporting a terrorist regime like the Islamist Iranian, the hosts of all the terrorists in the world. You believe that this government, it's supposed to be for the world and not for the American people. Now watch this. You believe, man, I just lost one of my monitors, doggone it. You believe that Islam is the true religion. You believe that the God of the Bible is fake, and yet you always use Christianity to pounce on them, to take advantage of them. You believe that your Islamic belief, because Islam is the opposite of Israel, just so you know. You believe that Islam is such a great thing. You believe this blindly. You bend the knee to Islam blindly, even though they're forcing you to believe in it. They're not giving you an option. They're not giving you a choice. They believe that the religious law is above the law of the land. You see how the opposite of this is. Yes, and Jason Martin, thank you. I missed that one. Capitalists are willing to work and sacrifice. Socialists refuse to work. It's that simple. So you have two sides. It's always good and bad. I can guarantee you that my side is good and the other side is evil. That's just the way it is. The right side shows me that this man has been falsely accused for way too long. And it happens to be on my right hand. But assassination attempts have all come from leftists. And when I drink with my left, it tells me to fight. Fight, fight. Trump wants. Salute to that, my friends. So there is the introduction right there. You choose who you want to serve and who you want to follow. I believe, listen, if the administration is doing something shady behind here and there, God will judge them. And you will say, well, yeah. Well, why don't you say that about the other side? Well, because what I believe that God will judge those who are evil, I also know that what this administration is doing today is good for our country. Secure borders, protecting our children, no men and women sports. It's a thing. Man, I will have to go and replace my monitor. I just lost my monitor again. Son of a gun. All right. I'll probably cut this short today, but I have to go replace this monitor at Costco, which is fantastic. I love Costco because I can do that anytime. All right. Now, with that being said, what the administration from Trump is doing is the right thing to do. Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a chance to prove me wrong. Okay? I'll give you a chance. Hang in there. Penguin, I know you're never positive with me. You never agree with anything, but I will give you a chance to respond or tell me what you want to say. But right now, you're having a conversation by yourself. Mic drop. The Zing Roofer. Oh, my God. I start laughing just thinking about it. That was so hilarious. But that's where we're at, okay? So you get to choose whether you want to be on the left or you want to be on the right. Listen, I'm going to tell you, and the people on the left always say, Dennis, you're lying at your ass. You're lying. Wait a minute. I just showed you. I just gave you facts. I told you they're committing fraud here in Washington State. They are using the race card to take money from taxpayers just to benefit themselves. And what happens? 3 years later, now we know that that was true. Now, for 3 years, people kept telling me that I'm an idiot, that I'm lying, that I am racist. And today, we know the truth. And it's a fact. Now they wonder, oh, why didn't we catch I don't know, son bitch, I've been telling you this for years. Just like I've been telling you about reparations. What was that? The comedian guy that, what's his name? It's in the tip of my brain. Snyder. Bob Snyder. Yes, Bob Snyder. Right? You can do it. That guy. He's the one that said that California, you guys probably know this, that California is doing reparations. A state that never had slaves. What the hell is that about? What is it? You got a skin color that is very dark and you take that around the world and you tell everybody you're a victim and somehow they owe you something? Let me remind you that 13% of the population is causing 70% of the crime in the United States of America. Now, that's not meant for me to hate black people. That is just a fact. That is just a fact. Okay? So don't get mad at me. Now, I will say this. All the black people that stand with America and are against drugs and are against all this stuff, you guys are the real American heroes. All the Hispanics like myself, that know that a lot of Hispanics are gangbangers, thieves, liars, abuse, line cutters, etc. You know that's true. But there is a lot of us that are hardworking. There's a lot of people out there. There's a lot of illegals out there with no education because they were lazy to go to school. But they're good laborers. I'm not saying they're bad people. But what I'm saying is that when you choose not to be responsible, you're going to make the wrong choices. This is why in Mexico, they are known for two things. You ready for this? Oh, you don't shoot the messenger. There's two things. Oh, there's two reasons why. There's two things that happen with Mexican people. And yes, you can say this is a what's the word? It's not prejudice. What's the word? Somebody put it. If you can read my mind, Mexicans are known for two things. What would you call that? Jesus, I can't think. Lord, please enlighten me. Give me some wisdom. Give me some words. A statistic? Maybe in a statistic. Okay, here. Two things. Now, I'm going to tell you first what I see on my Mexican people. And this is not kissing up to them. Give me a second. Let me make sure my... Come on. There we go. Woo! Let me make sure my fan is moving around because it's prejudice. Yes, thank you. Prejudice is the stereotype and prejudice, both of those. Okay. Let me tell you what I think about Mexicans. Now, Mexicans Honduras used to be part of Mexico at some point. Okay, so we are all in the same boat. But I want to give you this fact. I believe, Jason, beans and tortillas. Well, for Mexicans, it will be jalapenos. It will be hot peppers with tortillas. Okay, for Mexicans, those sons of bitches are crazy. Only they can handle the hot stuff. I can't handle the hot stuff. I'd be crying with hot stuff, but I can still eat it. It gives me heartburn after a while. But here's the thing. I believe the Mexicans, okay, now I know a lot of educated Mexicans, and this is why I'm going to say that. Plus, I also know I'm very, very deeply connected with my native roots, okay? So I appreciate the native simple life. I love that. I love it. There's such a spiritual connection to this earth and to God. But there's also the side of the educated Mexicans. And some of them, are very good, and some of them are educated for the wrong reasons. But I'm going to tell you this. They are hard workers. They are hard workers. Jason, knock it off and stop being prejudiced, man. But let me get this out. But Mexicans are definitely, at least the majority that I know of, are hard workers. They are family oriented. They are very patriotic. Okay? These are the things that I know of most Mexicans. Now, this is what Mexicans are most known for. And no, food is not one of them. That is one of the things that we like, but that's not what they're known for. They are known to be drunks, alcoholics, whatever word you want to put in there with tequila and alcohol, that's them. That's Mexicans. Every single one of them. They give tequila to their babies to put them to sleep. Can you believe that? That's true. It's true. It's true. I'm a witness. It's true. Number two, they're wife beaters. They abuse their women. Women are second-class citizens to Mexicans. Those are the prejudice stereotypes that people talk about when they see Mexicans. And there's a bonus extra there, a 0.5, or you can say a third reason. They're all illegal. There you go. That's it. That's the bad things about Mexicans. Illegal, wife abusers, alcoholics. Okay? That's just what people say about it. But I believe what I said first. Okay? So, with that being said, we all have to make a choice, right? With us, Hispanics, what is the one thing that I heard the most? As soon as somebody knew that I was Hispanic, are you a gangbanger? No. Are you a thief? No. What the hell are you asking me that for? What are you saying? You saying I'm a thief and a gangbanger because I'm Hispanic? What the hell's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Now, with that being said, everybody has their own opinions of things. But what you have to understand is you have to stand for the country that you live in. If you're Mexican, Honduran, Guatemalan, listen, whatever nationality you come from, okay, if you don't love the United States of America, don't come. Just sound like Kamala Harris for some reason. Don't come. Uh, President Trump. Oh, I'm gonna come. Ah, anyways, that's an old joke, but it was still a joke. But I really believe that you got to check yourself. You got to understand where you stand. Okay, so you have that, and then you get to choose what you want to be. So if you're Mexican and you're in this country, you should raise the American flag. If you raise the Mexican flag, well, that tells me that's where your loyalty is from. You see why I got my two flags in here? I have to always explain it to the zinc roofer. I always have to explain it to him. This is the country where my loyalty belongs to. This is the country that I respect and honor, and I live under their laws. This is the country where I was born, and I respect their laws. And I respect the people, and I love the people in my country. But my loyalty always belongs to America, because this is the land that provides for me and my children, and their future is what I'm fighting for here. Every Honduran that has come to this country legally, that has become an American citizen by following the law that is supposed to be followed, they agree with me. Every person that has migrated to this country from a third world country that really have common sense, they are logical, and they really appreciate this country will always tell you this. We believe on protecting the borders, because while there is a lot of innocent people that want to come through here that believes it's a human right to just be illegal, it's not a human right. Legal rights are separate from human rights. And every single person that has come here legally will always tell you with great conviction that the border needs to be secure and nobody should come through it illegally. Let me tell you why. There is a lot of people that just, listen, they might not have any criminal record, they just want to work, but because we allow them to come here illegally, it sends out a message to the world that it's easy to get in here. You know what? I saw hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants coming in here every single day during the Biden administration. ICE agents were told to stand down. A lot of our police stand down. Don't do your job, practically. Allow them to come in here. Many people, they actually believe this, that if you apply for asylum, that you're automatically legal. No, that is the stupidest thing I ever heard. You got to have a response of acceptance. Yes, you are accepted as an asylee. But if you're not accepted, you're illegal. You don't belong here. Every single illegal immigrant that is in this country right now should feel guilty about all the criminals that came in with them. Because that is a reality. That is a fact. That is true. That has happened. So every single person, and Güero, including you, are guilty for any criminal that has come into this country here illegally. Why? Because you support illegal immigration. I don't. And I told you. If you are here illegally, again, self-deport. Come back and do it the right way. If you get caught, I'm not going to shed a tear. You're going back home. You're not going to rot in prison. You're going back home. That's not a crime. That's not punishment. Bruh, you're going back home. You wave that flag with pride. Why are you crying? Why are you fighting to go back home? It's never, listen, it's never made sense to me. It has never made sense to me that You're so proud of this other country, but then you fight and whine and complain and kick and do all these things when you're being sent back. What is the problem? I just don't understand. I don't understand. You gotta go, bruh. They're paying you. They are paying you to self-deport. How amazing is that? Listen, you cross the border illegally. I need a couple $1,000s. Let me cross the border illegally. Let me grab my cell phone. Let me self-deport. Let me register my whole name. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Dennis Herrera. Here we go. Okay, all right. I'm self-deporting. Please give me a month. I'm going to go and collect all the money that I can, doing some under-the-table jobs, etc. And I'm going to get a plane ticket back home. Plane ticket. Bam! Give me the plane ticket. Let me have the plane ticket for free. Plane ticket for free. I'm going to gather all this stuff in here. I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell it, make the money. I'm going to sell it. I'm going to make the money. And then I go back to Mexico. That's the easiest money that I can make right there. Couple $1,000. Bang! And I get a whole 30 days to work under the table. I'm telling you, man. It's a great deal. Nobody in the world does that. Nobody. It wasn't easy for my mother to come legally from Sicily. Only a few family members could come at a time. And that's the way it should be, Stewie. And so here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I want everybody from Honduras to be able to come here. But the reality is that we cannot sustain a massive immigration. Like, our economy has been hurt. I know that illegal people and those that are borderless citizens of the world, they get mad at me and they don't like me, but it's a fact. It is a fact. Millions, over 20 million illegal immigrants came here, during one administration. It takes decades. Decades, you understand? It takes decades for our government to be able to, not our government, our economy to be able to catch up, right? If the growth of the population is slow, okay, we'll continue building houses. The freeways, little by little, more traffic. But I'm going to tell you, you get millions and hundreds of thousands of people per city going everywhere. Traffic is nuts. That's why California suffers the traffic derange. Traffic has gotten horrible in California. I don't even know how people get to work on time anymore. I couldn't do it. I was leaving 3 hours early from Fullerton, a 20 to 30-minute drive to West Hollywood, and I still couldn't make it on time sometimes. Traffic was disgusting. I used the 90. I used the 70. I used I think it's a 70. I can't remember. The I-5. You know what I'm saying? The 101. It didn't matter. And it didn't even matter what time of the place. I don't know what Fandy is smoking on my landscape mode, but this guy's crazy. All right, I'll tell you what. I have my third monitor gave out, so I'm going to have to do with what I got. Let me go ahead and share some truth posts before we do anything else. Let me see. Let me go to Trump. That's all I care about. All I care is about Trump's posts. Here we go. Let me see if I can. Doggone it. Where is my. I'm going to have to minimize, expand. I hate this. All right. Let's go ahead. We're going to flip here. Let me let me see if I can get this display here a little bit bigger for you guys. I was trying to make it so that you guys can read better, but Apparently didn't work. Let's put that there. All right. Now I'm going to look over here because this is where my big monitor is, okay? But I'm going to share with you guys what this says, okay? Now, this is from 43 minutes ago. Let's go with the latest. Let's see. Oh, man, he's been posting a lot of shit. No wonder people say he's always posting. Let's see. Where's the one from yesterday? Man, he's got a lot of posts. I guess I haven't been keeping up. No more Mr. Nice Guy. All right, I want to get to the one. Okay, let's start right here because this is the guy that gets on my nerves. Here we go. Watch this. The Chancellor of Germany, Friedrich Merz, thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Fucking idiots. This is how their country was taken over by Hitler. This is how their people were being destroyed by stupid-ass, ignorant fools like this German Friedrich Merz chancellor. It just never fails. Stupidity just follows the next generation. They never learn from history. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, the whole world would be held hostage. 100%. That's a fact. Does anybody disagree with me on the chat, on either the portrait or the landscape mode? Does anybody disagree with me on that? That is a fact. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, period. And for the same reasons that I explained earlier, the difference between Israel and terrorist Islamic people. Death to infidels. Good luck with that to you guys who love religion and don't want to understand what the religion is about. That being said, this coffee is getting a little bit cold. Let me get a refill here so I can continue. Now, don't panic. I only make 28 ounces of coffee. So if you hear me refilling, it's because my cup is only a 10 ounce, okay? All right, with that being said, they cannot have a nuclear weapon. What is the difference between Israel and the Islamist regime? Israel wants peace, wants prosperity for everybody, want to be able to trade, want to be able to coexist. Islam terrorists, they don't want to coexist. They want to kill as many people in the world as they can, and they want their 72 virgins. Thank you, Dark Trainer. Appreciate you. That's a nice comment. I don't see every comment, but I thank you for that. No mushroom coffee today, my friend. This is just regular coffee. I don't want to be punished every day. All right, let's continue reading. I am doing something with Iran right now that other nations or presidents should have done a long time ago, and I agree. No wonder Germany is doing so poorly, both economically and otherwise. Now, I know President Trump, it exaggerates as I do, and that I will say that I do as well. I probably exaggerate most of the time when I talk, but that's just my Hispanic nature. And if you are Hispanic, you know what I'm talking about. We do things like, for example, if you and I, maybe a couple of you guys are in the room, right? And then I have another person and I say, hey, listen, I'm going to tell you something, but don't tell anybody, right? And I say, hey, listen, Brian just farted. What? Brian just farted? What are you doing? Now the whole world knows about it. And it's just 3 of us in the room. That's me. Sorry, Brian. Your name was the last one on there, so you got caught. But you know what I mean? That's what I mean by exaggeration, okay? So there's 3 people. Now the whole world knows, okay? That's what that means. All right. Let's get up to our next tweet over here. Right. Oh, that's right. I clicked on it. All right. So here we go. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Can I click on this? Oh, there we go. What is that, M16? what kind of rifle is that? That's not the AR-15, is it? I suck at weapons. I don't know, guys. Maybe one of you guys can tell me. Okay, put it on the chat if you know what kind of assault rifle that is. No, that's not an M16. M16 looks different. That's an AR-15. Yeah. Anybody? Anybody? Don't leave me hanging. All right, here we go. So, this is yesterday, of course. Okay, some of you guys already know this information, but here we go. Today's 6-3 Supreme Court decision and the Callis case is a big win for equal protection under the law. An M4, damn, modded M4. See, I don't know about weapons, guys. It is in Freedom Fighters Weapons, says Marvin. I thought it was an AR-15, but I don't know. I don't know about those kind of guns. I just know my 9mm. That's it. That's all I have is a 9mm. I mean, I have lots of weapons. Don't come into my house. All right, M4. I will agree that AR-15s are longer. Okay, thank you, Jason. See, that's why I love my veterans in the chat. Thank you guys for your participation. Stylist says, thank you, Dennis, and go, Mr. Trump. Let's go, baby. All right. Equal protection under the law is it returns the Voting Rights Act to its original intent, which was to protect against intentional racial discrimination. Thank you to brilliant Justice Samuel Alito for authoring this important and appropriate opinion. Now, I was watching a clip where there was this black woman in Florida with a little, megaphone there and screaming, "Oh, this is racist," and rah, 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 rah. Nobody complained when Virginia was doing it, right? But he over here complaining in the House, and, well, the majority of Republicans and the Democrats voted to pass the redistricting in Florida. So, with that being said, with Democrats, what were they saying? They were getting 6 seats. Well, now we're getting about 12 seats. So thank you for all of those socialist Democrats for protesting and making an ass out of yourself to prove real Democrats how horrible it is to let you people unhinged. Oh, it is what it is. Don't hate me. Don't hate don't shoot the messenger. I'm just delivering the message. Oh, I love coffee. All you members, thank you so much for your membership. You guys buy me coffee every day. I appreciate it. If you guys actually, thank you, Tanya. Love you, sis. If you guys actually have PayPal, don't forget you can go to my profile. My PayPal is in there, and you can guys PayPal the money there. That is a lot. I get more benefit out of it because the way that they pay out is they take like up to 3% of donations. YouTube takes 30%. So if YouTube doesn't want to send traffic my way, as they were doing at first, that's fine. But, I'm sure they don't miss any little bit of money that I made for them. It's no big deal to them. But just so you know that I do have PayPal. Some of you guys actually Zelle money to me. I appreciate that as well. That's money that comes directly to me instantly, and I can use for anything that I need to use over here, okay? So I appreciate you for doing that. Now, to my new members, I owe you. I'm going to go to Costco and try to get this monitor replaced because it's been failing on me lately. And then I'm going to go ahead and update my list of members, and then I will go ahead and share my new member list with you guys, okay? Let's get to the next tweet here from the president. And he says, this is about 2:48 yesterday. The United States is studying and reviewing the possible reduction of troops in Germany with a determination to be made over the next short period of time. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I think that we have to pull every single soldier, any military that we have in any of the countries that don't want to support us when we need it. You have to understand something. If you're going to be my friend, You got to support me no matter what, or just don't be my friend. You don't really need to hear a reason why I have to go and do something against somebody that's threatening my family or trying to fight me and my kids or whatever. You should just know that if somebody's trying to hurt my family, that you will be with me. That's what I think. Comparme, how are you, my friend? Good to see you in here. Thank you guys for acknowledging him. Appreciate it. So just keep that in mind, okay? I feel like I don't want to have my soldiers there, my warriors, our protectors, protecting ungrateful nations. No, F that. Bring them all back. Put them in a nation that supports us. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's be honest. I don't want to sound like I'm a chicken or anything like that, but if anything, let's put our troops in Israel. Just saying. Listen, I'm just saying. We can put them over there in the Philippines, right? Yeah. We can put them in the Philippines. Where else can we put them? We can put some more in Puerto Rico. You know what I'm saying? We can put some more in Cuba. Why not? Get it? Let's build. Let's build more. Oh man, I'm telling you what. I just mentioned Cuba. I have been thinking about this for a while, and I've been sharing this with you guys, and I've told you, we really need to, you know what, when I heard President Donald Trump say, drill, baby, drill, you will agree with me. We were turned on, right? There you go, Dark Trainer, I like that, man. Put our troops on our border. There you go. There you go. Let's put them on the border. Just line them up. Line them all up on the border. Not just the southern border, the northern border. The northern border. Man, that's a great idea, bro. But listen, I've been thinking about this. And when I heard President Donald Trump say, drill, baby, drill, man, I got excited. Not so much anymore. I'm not excited about the drill, baby, drill. Why do you think that is? I'm going to allow you guys to put that on the comment. Why do you think that I am not excited about hearing drill, baby, drill? And then I'm going to share my Facebook account here. There we go. Okay. I'm going to share my Facebook account. For now, I have to log into my Facebook. Because I shared a couple of clips. What the son of a bruh. There we go. I shared a couple of clips in here so that I can share with you on my live. It's all I do, baby. It's all I do. Grab information for you guys to listen to. 25. Come on. Yes, I'm not a robot. I already told you. Man, I'm telling you, man, this, the convenience of social media is fantastic. It really is. It's really convenient. But sometimes, man, it's just annoying because you get so used to it. And then once you get used to it, then you suffer because you can't get access to it. That's how it works. Now, before I get to some of the things that I'm going to tell you right now, well, I already told you most, I want to make sure that you understand something. Well, dang it, man, now I need my other monitor. All right. Woo, I guess I can just put all of them together, I guess, and just, once I have it, then I can just show you guys. Right. There we go. Okay, that's how I'm going to do it. Okay, so let me pause.
One of Washington.
Hold on, my lady. This cutie pie over here. All right. So here's the thing, right? All right. Let me see if anybody puts it in here. I'm sorry, guys. I've been doing other things here on my computer. Let's see. Hey, everything okay? I already saw that one. Even just racking a shotgun will stop an intelligent bird. Yeah, man. M4. Thank you guys. I appreciate my veterans in here. I obtained an M16A2 for nostalgia purposes. Iran declared war on us in 1979. Donald J. Trump is finishing it. Absolutely, 100%. Let's let's go for left. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Now, why do you think that I am not so excited when I hear drill, baby, drill? Stay focused, guys. You're messing me up. Stay focused. Oh man, I'm telling you, man. You guys gotta stay with me. Stay with me, okay? I know there's a little delay. I know, and I was gonna give you a less delay, but I heard that you guys will not get a good of a feed. Okay. Okay. So here, why do you think that I am not excited about hearing drill, baby, drill anymore? It doesn't mean I don't support Trump. What do you think? Why do you think I say that? Eon gets paid to read fairy tales. Okay? All right. I don't have time. I don't have time to wait for you guys. Why am I not excited to hear drill, baby, drill? Penguin? No. Good guess. Marvin says, because. You guys suck. You guys are retarded, bro. Oh, man. But I love having you here. I appreciate it. I'm with you, Dennis. They are hurting our resources. Yeah, I think most of you guys already know. There you go, Brian. 100%. But I know you guys pay attention. I think Brian is actually on the same sentiment that I have been on. And with that being said, I will play a different clip before we actually get to the other ones that I want to share. But I want to say this. I think that we have, man, I'm telling you, I wish that we can get everything we want. And I'm going to say this. I don't know. I don't know President Trump's final plan. I just don't know. But I can tell you this. Drill, baby, drill, yes, absolutely 100%. Refineries, absolutely refineries. We need them. $5 to $15 billion. Get it done. I know most patriots, most Americans believe in what I believe. And I believe that we should pull out of NATO. If we don't pull out of NATO, we should pull the funds from NATO. I say we give $100 billion instead of $1 trillion. And then we use $100 billion to build quite a few refineries. If we are the biggest, one of the biggest, productions of oil, which I don't believe it. But if we are able to drill and get more oil out, we need those refineries so that we can make the sweet oil. You know what I'm saying? If we do that, we will be independent from the global commodity. We'll make our own oil. Oh, Meldon, good timing, brother. Shout out to our Navajo Nation. Meldon, let me ask you something, brother. You are my native brother, and I'm sure your spirit is connected very closely with nature. What do you think about that? What do you think about drilling for more oil? Here's my take. My take is that this oil is underground anyway. If something's going to be polluted, it's going to be polluted from the ground up, right? So if we dig it out, I think that it would be beneficial for us. But I want you to tell me from your side, what is your people, what is the tribe, what is the people over there in Arizona saying about these things? I know there's a lot of spirituality behind everything, but I believe we are not God. And whether people think that the pollution is going to increase or not, listen, other countries are doing it. We're the ones punishing ourselves from being more independent from everything, and we just can't do it. Marvin, that is a great point. It is. Okay, okay. Melton is on our side. We got Navajos on our side. Marvin Bernal, that's a great point. Yes, drilling is private, but refineries, we need those refineries. So I guess the government, I don't know how that would work. If if the private drillers will invest and the government will either give them grants. Check this out, because just like we have farmers, we give grants to the farmers. They don't have to pay it back. We just gave, what was it, $12 billion to the farmers? The last time I heard, maybe more, but $12 billion was given to farmers, right? Okay, $12 billion. If we get three small refineries, that will be at $15 billion. Three small refineries, sweet oil. We can grant that money to private drilling corporations. Yeah, I know the socialist Democrats. Oh, here we go again, giving a tax break and free money to the billionaires. Shut up. If you're complaining about gas prices, you should be on my side. Fandy says, all a lie. This guy. You are paying attention, right? Refineries are private companies. They make enough to afford building whatever they want. Well, here's the thing, Unks. The thing is, what I'm saying is that we should invest, right? Let's give them a grant to build these refineries to accommodate us with gas. And it has to be well written in the contract that is to benefit the people, and if they fail to deliver, then, well, they'll be held accountable for it. But again, this is just $100 billion. Listen, we're giving $980 billion to NATO. We reduce that, okay, to 100,000. Then we spend $100,000 in our own people. Make sure that they're American owned, not Chinese, not Russian, not anybody else. American owned private oil drillers and refinery owners. We have to do it. Now, there's a point where I'm telling you that because other people are thinking the same thing. And I'm going to say this, man. Australians, kudos to you. Now, I will go ahead and share a video from one of the Australia people that's running for office, I think. But with that being said, let me go ahead and tell you what is happening here in Washington State. If you are here from Washington State, this is for us. In Washington State, we already know this incompetent governor, Bob Ferguson, that we have. That's the guy that I want to run against in a couple of years. I want to run against him in a couple of years. If I would have known, if God would have told me to run for Senate or for to be a representative in Congress, I would have done that. And if we would have won, you would have had my voice in the House already. But with that being said, you know what? God called me to do something before, and I try to come up with all the money, and I try to do this, and by the end of the day, when I got to the location, everything was already set up. I didn't have to do anything. All I had to do was show up. I messed up. I sacrificed my time. I wasted money. I did this and that, and God already had everything set for me. So I am believing and trusting in God 100% this time. And if God wants me to be governor here in Washington State, it will be God's will, not my own. With that being said, that is the one reason why I cannot give up on my podcast. It really is the one reason I cannot give up on my podcast, and the reason why I'm still here in Washington State. Some of you members already know where my heart is. You know where I want to live. You know where I have land. You know I have a peace in paradise that I can go and move with my precious and my kids and have a very happy life. But I feel like I have to do whatever I can, before I can and get to the next step. And so I am believing that we continue to build this podcast. Many times I want to stop doing it. I really do. I just listen, I will do this for members only. Okay, I will tell you all about it on the members only. Uh, our haters don't need to know. So with that being said, I need to do this podcast. We need to grow our viewership for support, and then we need to do our own campaign. We're gonna know how much money we can raise ourselves. We're not gonna depend on the Republican or Democrat committee. These guys they want uh, you know politicians. They want career politicians to run for office. I said, fuck them. That's my way of hiding my word. Fuck them. We need people that really care for the people. And I'm going to tell you something. As much as these retards piss me off with their stupid protesting for anything, um, I want them to have a good life. And hopefully, if they see a good example, that they will change their ways. This is just what I hope. Okay, because we're gonna feed the hungry. We're gonna clothe the unclothed, the naked, and we're gonna make sure our veterans are taken care of. We're gonna make sure that our farmers are taken care of. But we're also gonna make sure that we attract businesses to create jobs. We are not gonna be irresponsible. I can tell you right now that the people that we have in office, they don't care. They don't care. They think because this Washington state actually is pretty successful. It really is. They think that they have nothing to do with anything. But you know what? It makes a big difference, and I'm going to prove it to you. So before you go and tell me that I am a liar, you better sit tight and just listen to what I'm saying and how I'm going to play it out for you so that you can understand. Okay? Solar. Who say solar? I don't disagree. But solar and wind is not very. Wind is garbage. Now that is bad for the environment. Just so you know, it's bad for the birds and the polluting that it creates to the ground for the farming grounds. It is horrible. Wind has got to go. Solar, it takes too much farmland. I think solar is good for small projects, individual houses. If people can do that, fantastic. But nuclear power, that somebody mentioned that already. So nuclear power is the most effective and most potent that can actually handle big grids of power in our nation. I think we should be building more of those. But solar is fantastic for small projects, independent house owners. You want to put that on the roof. You want to be, you want to have all this other stuff. Fantastic. But here we go. All right, here we go. Starbucks here in Washington State. Socialist Mayor Katie Wilson, I think is the name, decided to offer free buses like Mondani, free housing for homeless, just like Mondani did. Okay? And just like the rest of the socialist, incompetent Democrats in office here in Washington State, they don't care if the big corporations leave. Just like they didn't care that hundreds of small businesses shut down because of crime, drugs, and too much regulations and taxes, they don't care that over 100,000 jobs were lost. This socialist Democrat mayor, incompetent, unexperienced in life, and irresponsible, thinks that she can play with the money of the taxpayers and it's okay because there's millions of people here that pay taxes. Stupidity of that mentality is incomprehensible. But anywho, they think that if big corporations takes their hundreds of thousands of jobs with them, it's not a big deal. It's not a big loss. Let them go, she says. Let them go. Well, that's not going to help our economy, is it? Having more unemployed people more on the streets. You just give them free housing. You're spending thousands and thousands of dollars per person, per homeless. And the homeless problems keeps multiplying and getting bigger and worse. What do you think that's going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? It's just going to get worse. It's going to get worse. So here we are. Let's go ahead and play this clip here. This is from Hannah Kim. Big news from Tennessee. Now, for those people who brag about California's economy and Washington economy and all this other shit, Pay attention. Here we go.
Washington's iconic companies, headquartered in Seattle, now plans to open a major corporate office in Nashville. Today, Starbucks announced it will add thousands of jobs and invest millions in Tennessee. The big move brings bigger questions about what it means economically for Washington.
This is a state that has become the envy of many states.
As Tennessee's Governor Bill Lee rolls out the red carpet for Starbucks.
And we are extremely grateful for you, Brian, for your team.
A sharp contrast to what Mayor Wilson said at a Starbucks workers rally in November, encouraging people to boycott the company.
I am not buying Starbucks, and you should not either.
Now there are mounting questions on what Tennessee's gain will mean for Washington.
We're establishing really a strategic presence. It really sets us up for our next leg of growth, the next chapter of growth for us.
Starbucks CEO Brian Nichols says the company will grow in Nashville, investing.
The mentality of a socialist Democrat compared to a conservative Republican. I hope you're paying attention.
$100 million and adding 2,000 new jobs.
2,000 jobs, that just by that number, that's one of the 5 biggest jobs announcements in the city of Nashville's history. The average salary for these 2,000 Starbucks jobs is going to be $125,000 a year, and that's well above what the median household income is.
Adam Sitchko with the Puget Sound Business Journal says they expect more jobs to be added in Nashville in the coming years.
The company makes an initial move, and then it grows in a second stage, and then it grows in a third stage. And so these companies are certainly mobile, and they are flocking to where, some of those more affordable business costs are.
If you're Mayor Wilson or Governor Ferguson, behind closed doors, how worried should you be about this? Or is it just not that big of a deal?
I mean, again, half of the tax revenue in the state is funded by businesses, and our big businesses specifically contribute a ton of tax revenue to the state.
Washington Policy Center's Ryan Frost says Starbucks lowered their tax burden by $12,000 per year for every employee in Nashville compared to Seattle. Frost also says Washington.
I want you to listen very carefully. Very carefully. Oh, thank you, Lord. I am nobody's bitch. And I want you to listen very carefully. Listen to the salary that these employees, 2,000 employees, listen to the salary that they're going to have. But I want you to also make note, that's right, I want you to make note that Tennessee, it's saving Starbucks $12,000 per employee. You know what that means? They're taking away the burden that they put on Starbucks, and Starbucks in turn can give better wages to their employees. Pay attention. You have to pay attention. Read the small little, the little tiny thing that nobody wants you to listen. Nobody wants you to read. Yeah, read that. Read that. But pay attention. Here we go.
Is on par to lose up to $750 million in tax revenue over 2 decades, assuming a 3% annual growth for the company in Tennessee.
Seattle has just such a higher tax burden than Nashville does.
Well, the mayor's office has responded to the move, telling Fox 13, quote, Starbucks is a core part of Seattle's identity. We're proud to be home to its first store, its headquarters, and so many of the workers who make the company what it is. We're focused on maintaining a...
By the way, she's not from Seattle, okay? She's from the East Coast. She's a cancer that just moved to Washington.
Strong partnership with leadership and with employees, so Starbucks continues to succeed in the city where it all began. Now, the new corporate office is set to open permanently in Tennessee in 2027, with some positions from Seattle expected to move to Nashville. One of Washington's iconic companies, headquartered in Seattle, now plans to open.
Starbucks expands corporate office in Tennessee, lowering tax burden by $12,000 per worker every year in Nashville compared to Seattle. Now, what's one of the things that I've been telling you here in my channel? And I asked the question to socialist Democrats as well. And I say, well, how can you make more money in taxes for the state? Their answer is always tax the rich. That's their answer. Tax the rich. And I said, that's a typical socialist Democrat answer. You know what I think? I think that the way that you raise more taxes is by creating more job opportunities. See, this has always been the what's the word? The incentive to be able to work here and make money and acquire wealth. It's always been the incentive to create jobs. They used to push companies to hire more people. And to do that, they have come out with creative ways of saying, hey, you know what? We're going to go ahead and remove this tax. Well, we're going to give you a tax deduction if you hire this many people, et cetera. But the socialist mentality, socialist Democrats that we have now, their mentality is, well, if you want to leave, bye, Felicia. That's how they think. They don't care about those people who actually want to do their business. They're treated like rats. And for some reason, some stupid ass billionaires, they don't care. I get it. They're making enough money to not care. But at the same time, you're hurting the people. I give the socialist Democrat, they say, you don't know anything about the economy. Oh, you know what? Well, bring it. And I say, you believe that raising taxes is the way to raise money. I don't believe that. I believe that providing more jobs gives us more taxes. Now, for example, if I go, this is why they lost Starbucks. They lost 5 stores, okay? It's not much, but they lost 5 stores that I know of. Listen, they wanted them to pay a higher minimum wage. Starbucks can't afford it. You know why they can't afford it? It's not because of the product is not selling. It's because of the regulation and the taxes that the local government puts on them. Has nothing to do with Trump. This is all local government. This is the governor. This is the mayors, like this dumbass lady that has no experience, never has paid rent in her life, has always been taken care of by her parents. This is the problem when you don't teach your children to be responsible for their own things. But anywho, I always believe if I was governor and I say, damn, I need to get more money. My first thing is, first of all, as a father, as a man of the house, my responsibility. I got to go, wait a minute. Well, first of all, what's our budget? Some people don't even know what the hell that is. What is our budget? Okay. How much do we have for that budget? Okay. Here we go. What is our subscriptions? What are we spending our money on? Are we buying too many cigarettes? We got to cut that shit down. Are we buying too much makeup? We got to cut that shit down. Where are we spending this money? Right? So here we go. Well, this is useless. We're going to cut that. This is useless. We're going to cut that. We have been throwing billions of dollars into our educational system. And what have they accomplished? Number one, more stupid students. Our students get dumber by the day when they go to school. It's ridiculous. They teach them activism. They teach them LGBTQism. That's just the word I made up. But you know what I'm saying? They teach them all this Islamism. They teach them the opposite of what has made this nation a great, successful nation. So we got to cut this shit. If we're throwing billions of dollars into the educational system, I got to find out why is it not working. Why is it not working? Oh, Tanya, I haven't even looked into that. I haven't even looked into the 40% taxes that they take away from the lottery. Oh, I'm going to remind me. I got to do some research on that. I haven't looked into it. Okay, but here's the thing, and that's a very good point, Tanya. Very well done. And, so I will first, before I make any promises, I need to find out where this money's going. Why is the budget so bad? And I can tell you there's a lot of programs that are not working. There's a lot of small businesses that are leaving and taking hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in taxes with them because there's not enough police to keep their businesses safe. There's not enough police officers to keep the peace, so to speak. And when there is riots, when there is all these peaceful protesters destroying property, the police is nowhere to be found. And when you find them, they're just watching because they got their hands tied behind their back. Especially if somebody's black, oh, you can't touch them. No, hell no. You're a criminal. I don't care what color you are. Your ass is going to jail. You want to stay out of jail, stop committing crime, period. With that being said, if I need more money, here's my option. I can raise taxes and put the burden on the few who are working, or I can do this. And I don't know why it doesn't make sense to people, but here, let me give you this. Listen, there's already a payroll tax. There was no reason to put an income tax, okay? There's already a payroll. I don't know if you guys know what that is. Income tax just means state money pay, okay? That's our income tax. Federal tax is different. That's for the whole country. Okay, if I need more money and I'm going to raise a 2% tax on the people, I don't want to raise 2% on the people. I'd rather have 100,000 new jobs and have another 12% tax. That's just what I'm saying, right? Because when we have that percent in tax, right, it goes to the government, right? It goes to the federal government, but the money comes back to us according to the amount of people that we have. And that's how that works. So with that being said, I think that the mentality of the socialist Democrats is just tax more people. The mentality of us is we want to create more jobs. We want to bring in more money. We want to be able to, I want you to come in and create your small business. I want you to succeed. I want you to be able to, hire people, and then you collect more taxes on that. Somebody mentioned it in here. We get more sales. More people are spending money here. When people are making good money because the government is not stealing it, people are able to go buy their house. Let's see. Somebody said this. Lavla, this guy has no clue how taxes work. Okay. Neighborly, go ahead and tell me. Put it in the chat. Instead of putting a dumbass comment on there, go ahead and explain to me in a small little sentence on where I'm wrong. Okay? Enlighten me. Maybe you will help me out understand taxes better. But anywho, the whole idea is you want to incentivize people to be here. If I have to have 3 jobs in this state and I still can't own my house, something is wrong. I'm going to tell you that right now. If one guy can have 3 jobs, shouldn't there be 3 people doing 3 jobs? But then they go on the illogical path of, unemployment is so high. I wonder why. How many illegal immigrants are taking those jobs? How many single people are taking multiple jobs to be able to afford something in their house? Property taxes skyrocketing. Very, very high taxes in Washington State. Yeah, tax the rich, baby. Just tax the rich. That's it. That's it. And when you tax them and they go somewhere else, yeah, I'm going to be able to blame all the retards that said tax the rich. It's that simple. All right, let's get to the next clip here. This clip here, I'm going to, change gears a little bit. I'll probably come back to this issue. But drill, baby, drill. I'm not excited about it because we're not making refineries. We're not making refineries to make our own sweet oil. We need to make our own gas. We need it. We need to have those refineries here, done. Check this out. This is from Australia News.
First oil field in 50 years is being unlocked about 5 hours west of Brisbane in a push to strengthen the country's long-term fuel security. Premier, is this our drill, baby, drill moment?
Well, it's our golden opportunity to tap into liquid gold, Matt. That's what it is. This is a once in a half a century opportunity for us to control our own sovereign destiny again. And I want to see a time in this nation when we return to drilling and refining and storing our own fuel. The fact that we don't has left us at the mercy of the end of a global supply chain, and I'm determined to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future, and we do have our own opportunity here to be able to do something really, really special.
Australia's
My house, my car, my groceries, gas, everything we get taxed on. As a matter of fact, I get taxed when I die. I get taxed if I own a boat. Luxury tax. Capital gains tax. Unrealized gains tax. Money that I haven't even made yet, it's already being taxed. Refineries are not too expensive. $5 to $15 billion. That ain't shit. That ain't shit. $5 to $15 billion is nothing. You guys are too poor to think about that. But that's okay. It's okay. But you know what? It was so great to see Australia doing this. It just looks beautiful. Now I'm going to share.
Did you know?
I'm going to share Granny Bibbins. If you guys ever heard of Granny, listen to her. She's hella funny. But she is also very true. Now this clip is kind of corny. So bear with me, but I have to share it with you, okay? Hold on, S.A.
Did you know a farmer got fined $2.8 million for plowing his own fields in California? And other farmers are fined $4,000 for their water usage, also in California. Probably has something to do with who runs that place. If you use that much hair gel, you should be fined.
She ain't lying. Yeah, she ain't lying. Let me see. I got a couple for you. Here we go. Here's the next one.
I'm going to
Here's the next one.
hurt some feelings with this one, but you all complain about grocery prices, then fill your cart with junk. Snacks, sodas, pre-made everything, then act shocked when it costs a fortune. You ain't broke. You just don't know how to shop. Back in my day, we bought ingredients, cooked meals, ate what we had. Now you all buy convenience and pay the price for it. Stop shopping like you're rich, and maybe you won't feel so poor.
La, la, la. Facts. Facts. What else you got, Granny? I think she got one more. No, that's not Granny. Okay, I got one more here, but you guys already know about this. This is Mr. Steve Hilton that I hope wins the governor's seat in California. I have a lot of hope for California. I have a lot of hope for California. Let's see what you're saying here, Miami. Miami says, "I hope someone's read my input." Sorry. Well, if you want your input to be read by me, you gotta put a super chat, bro. You gotta put a super chat on there. Otherwise, if I read your comment, you should be grateful that I read it. Okay, not to put you down on anything, but just saying. Now, this is Steve Hilton. Here we go in California, and I've said this many times, over and over and over. Refineries, drill baby drill, refineries, drill baby drill, refineries. We need to be independent, energy independent, and economically independent. We need to make our own gas, doggone it. And if we have to pay $3 a gallon, then let that be the price. But we're not going to allow some foreign entities to control our prices. This is one of the big problems when people like this globalism idea. Everything in moderation, it's okay. But when you depend on globalism, you get screwed. It's that simple. Unsubscribe is that fast. Miami, I don't know what the hell you're saying on here, but if my mods are catching your comments and you're being negative, they will get rid of you. All right, let's go ahead and listen. Oh, there you go. Bye-bye. Okay, here we go. This is Steve Hilton. Here's a super chat. In case you don't know, now you know. Tanya, I know you throw some supers in there, sis. When I talk about that, I'm talking about the losers that like to demand things, but they don't really deserve an answer. See, Tanya, you and my members, you and my subscribers, my brothers and sisters, you guys support me. You guys are not negative against me. But if anybody wants to be negative, and they want to demand shit and they want to start insulting us, number one, this ain't your house. This is our house. You know what I'm saying? Okay, all right. Don't throw him away yet. But I'm just saying, the last comment that I read it read pretty negative, but I might be misreading that, okay? Let's see. Jason Beatrice says, I think rent is so high because of all the subsidies, housing, and Section 8 where I live, then sprinkle it with 20 million illegal immigrants. Not cool. Absolutely. Some people actually pay attention. And that's the goal. If you pay attention, man, listen, this is the goal, not the goal, but this is one of the goals of having my channel. You educate me. We educate each other. That's how it works. That's what I want. Brian, Jason Beatrice, Jason Martin, Robert, Tanya, well, she's our sister. She's here for support. But, I get a lot of information, from my man, Cutting Edge. A lot of these guys, they send me information. They want to make sure that we give better stats out there, that we stay on point. You don't have to agree with me, but just show me, prove me where I can look into that is a fact, and there we go, and then we can work on it. Bye-bye, Miami. See, listen, man, it's not me. If you're disrespectful, if you don't appreciate the fact that I'm doing this live, but this ain't for you, my friend. Listen, guys, I'm going to have a members only, okay? I'm going to go to Costco. I'm going to have a members only, but I want to be able to play a couple of things here for everybody. I need my monitor to be fixed, so I'm going to go to Costco and try to get it replaced. And then I'm going to have my members only. What time is it? I might not have time, but I will do my best, okay, to have a members only. I need you guys to, sometimes people tell me not to share my information, my feelings, or the things that I want to do because people are always going to be negative. But I believe that most of the members that come, that are actually members, you guys actually have my back and you support me. So I want to be honest and confide in you in some things, not everything, obviously, not my personal life, but in some of the things that is going on with the channel, and so that we can continue to move forward with that. So if you're a member, man, you guys will hear me a little bit more than any other person that comes through my channel. Okay, and yes, we are being suppressed by AIs, YouTube's AIs. And, just like any other AI, it's not perfect. When they try to put lies about our President Trump, you see somebody's got 6 fingers on one hand, things like that, or the name is just, it deleted, or the person is looking this way and the guy is over here. You know what I'm saying? AI is not perfect, okay? And there's going to be a lot of mistakes made by AI, but hopefully it learns and hopefully it keeps it fair amongst people. I refuse to believe that 19,000 people are not getting, don't want to watch my channel anymore. I refuse to believe 19,000 people don't want to watch my channel. I also have seen very popular podcasters, right? You guys have seen one of my favorite guys that I really like is Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin from the Rubin Report. He gets about 4 to maybe 6,000 viewers at a time, and he's got millions of subscribers. And then you have PBD, which has millions, and I see him get the most. I think it's like 20. I think one time I saw like 40,000 people watching, and there was a lot of nasty stuff on their lives and all this stuff. But people don't get blocked, they don't get removed, and I don't like it. I don't like to see all the negative things out there. But you know, getting banned because I show a comedy skit of somebody holding guns, that's ridiculous, especially when the guns are fake, right? I think that's ridiculous that YouTube is doing that, and it's not AI. In that case, it's not AI because I did reach out to people in YouTube, and they still believe that it was bad. So there goes that. So it's not about that. We're going to go through some hardships, I guess. So what I really want to gather is I really want to gather people that will support my channel. If you believe in what I'm doing, support my channel. I will say this. I want you to support everybody, right? I do. I want you to support everybody, but you can't support everybody financially. So if you really believe that my channel is good, and you like the way that I talk with you and what I share with you, that's the kind of people that we need. I need you guys to make an investment. And I hate saying that, right, for myself, but you guys are part of my channel. This channel is only possible because of you guys, and so I want you to know that. And, for all the haters that come through here, it is what it is. If you don't like what I say, well, just move on. It's okay. I get it. But I do know that being suppressed by social media, it's a real thing, okay? And it's going to happen. But with that being said, Emperor, come on, man. See, this is what I'm talking about. Ain't nobody begging, bro. This is my hustle. This is what I do for work, man. This is how I make a living. Why would you clown on that? Why would you clown on that? Why wouldn't you complain about the news reporter that is telling you, while they make $1 million a year, is telling you the same information that I gave you 2 days ago? Why are you not against that? Because they go to an actual studio in a building where they're paying millions of dollars. Okay, whatever, dude, whatever. I don't appreciate that. With that being said, let me go ahead and get to the next clip. This is Steve Hilton. Listen to this guy. Talks like Dennis.
So why is our gas in California always $2 higher than the rest of the country? Because instead of getting our oil from Kern County, a couple of hundred miles away, we are shipping it in from Iraq, 7,500 miles away, because of Democrat policies. When I'm governor, that will end. We will use California oil and we'll get gas prices down to $3 gas. So why is our gas...
There you go. It's too much common sense. What did you guys say? What is Magic said, Jason, they do that to me. If I push that opinion, I'll see him again in a few days. Coyote says, yes, it is, Dennis. I would PayPal you, but they canceled me during COVID. Well, I don't have Cash App because somebody used my information, and every time that I try to get an account, they always tell me that I am denied. So I know a lot of people use Cash App. It is what it is, man. And if people can't do that, that's fine. Don't worry about it. As long as you guys are here with me, I appreciate it. You're doing angels' work, spreading truth against evil. Thank you, Uncle Andy. I think you're doing that as well by supporting me, so I appreciate that. Mr. Mike says, Jason, I've seen it on just regular channels. One day they'll have 1,000. The next day they got like 10 viewers. Yeah, I mean, in my channel here, we've had over 3,000 people watching, which is unheard of for somebody that has 98. Well, back then it was like 16,000 viewers, 17,000 viewers. But, for somebody to have 3,000 viewers, it's unheard of because that is actually, how do you say? It's unheard of, I guess. That's just the way it is. That they don't want your channel to just be like so popular. Like somehow they have to control that. But I'm telling you, having 19,000 subscribers, I'm not paying for subscribers. I'm not paying for views. I'm not paying for likes. It's everybody that subscribes. I just give you thanks because it's legit and I appreciate it. But that's the information that I got in here for gas prices, how the socialist mind thinks, and they never want to focus on creating more jobs. They never want to focus on telling people to educate themselves to get a better wage. They always want to just grab from the money that has already been acquired by working class Americans. We already know, that, welfare encourages unemployment and single parent homes. We know, okay? We know illegal immigrants inflates the population, where Democrats gain more seats, but they don't gain better economy. Instead, they get higher demand, with low product. And I think that is a big problem. Housing costs have gone up, the yin yang, because of too much demand for housing. Okay, that's just the way it is. Let me go ahead and somebody.
It's time for
left. Hold on, sweetheart. Hold on. All right, we'll go ahead and we're going to play a little bit of. Well, we'll see if we can play the whole segment here from Leftists Losing It. Have I told you guys that I love this lady? She is so cute. Love her accent. Sometimes I think she's choking on a piece of candy or something, but she's hella funny. And she's going to address a couple of things that I have addressed before, but I want you to hear it from my favorite person, Rita. Rita Panahi. Panahi. Oh, man, I'm not even going to use the other word that I was thinking, but here we go. Let's take a listen to her. Go ahead.
Piker, the millionaire Marxist inciting commies to murder the rich.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those murder those in the street. Let the streets soak in their capitalist bloods, dude.
The dude who said America.
Go ahead. Fandy on the landscape mode says that I am a bullshitter. Well, what do you think about that? That's a leftist, socialist, communist Democrat right there, my friend. Yeah, her name is Rita. This is skynews.com.aus, Australia. I like it how the people on the left tell me I'm a bullshitter, but here we go. You heard that guy. You can't hide it. You can't deny it. It is a fact. It is a truth. This is the kind of people that socialist Democrats are supporting and are multiplying by the hundreds of thousands. It's a real problem. It is a real problem. And this is what the leftist people are buying into. Watch. Let's continue watching. This is it should be very troublesome to most people with common sense.
Deserved 9/11, the miscreant who, despite advocating for violence and siding with terrorists, is nevertheless adored by Democrat politicians and media outlets. Well, he's again sent some sage advice my way.
An Australian news broadcaster for skynews.com.australia talking about anti-American hatred demonstrated by the American Democratic Party against the American Republican president, Donald J. Trump. What are we doing here? Okay? Like, lady, don't you have a dingo story to cover? Why are you talking about Hassan Piker? It doesn't make any sense. Why is this lady defending the American Republican Party over the American Democratic Party? Like, this is not a thing for you. If anything, it's not beneficial for you to defend Donald Trump at all. What the hell are you talking about? Go cover the Wallabies.
Oh, Hassan.
Hold on, Rita. Now I want to point something out. I want to point something out to you. Listen to me. I know that there is a lot of people out there that they vote emotionally. I get it. I know. I know why you vote emotionally. I really do. Interesting. Looks like my landscape mode just gave out. Okay, there we're back. Okay, I know that a lot of people vote emotionally. That's fine. That's fine. And sometimes people say, oh, I voted for this because it's the less of the evil. Okay? All right, let's go there. Listen to me. You have to pick your poison, so to speak. Yeah. David Barr says the blue wave is coming. You have to pick your poison. Listen, you don't like Trump. Thanks, Coyote, for the 1,000 jewels. Thank you, brother. I understand that you vote for the lesser evil. Okay, that's fine. But I want you to look at now. Okay, let's say you hate Trump. For whatever reason, you hate Trump. But listen to what you're supporting if you don't support us. If you don't support us, you are supporting illegal immigrants. You are supporting communists who want to see our blood all over the streets. His words, not mine. Socialist Democrats who are Islamist have said this. They support this. Do you understand? They support this. And if you vote Democrats, that is exactly what you're supporting. And if you're supporting them, well, now I understand why you talk lies about me and raise false testimonies against President Trump, the administration, and all of us. That makes sense to me. Absolutely. 100%. I get it. With that being said, would you continue to support a communist party that wants to destroy your country, the United States of America, or put up with the false testimonies made against President Trump and vote with us? Vote conservative. Vote Republican on these midterms. I believe we're going to win, but I really would like to have you take some of that credit by voting for the right side. If you don't stand with us, you truly stand against the United States of America. Because the Socialist Democrats have done, besides Fetterman, I want to make sure somebody gets credit for this. Besides Fetterman, you have to understand this. They defend the Islamic Iranian regime. And they have celebrated defeat against our own warriors, our own military. How twisted is that? Fandy, you're not an American, bro. You're a leftist, socialist, communist. That's what you are. You support Muslims. I got you. I get it. You don't have to say anymore. My mods are not selfish. They know what they're doing. I'm sorry, what? Central no man's land? Oh, no man's land, okay. No one stay with you. You are a cheap liar. Okay, I don't know what the hell this bot is saying, but whatever. Listen, when you chant against America, you don't belong in this country. When you chant against our military, you don't belong in this country. So I don't give a damn about any anti-American, about any loser that doesn't love our country. It is never okay to wish death upon our president. Never okay. Or any politician. Such a shame to have these people in our country. And a couple of days ago, I had this caller. He's a black man. He called in and he said, Dennis, I'm sick and tired of these leftist people. They are asking for a ass whooping. They are asking for a Civil War II, and I am ready to give it to them. I've had it with them. I am ready to go and destroy them. And I had to tell him, I understand how you feel. Believe me, I feel the same way. But we have to believe, as a Christian man, whether people like the way I talk or not is irrelevant. I'm not your type of Christian. As a Christian man, I would like to say that I still hope and trust in God that He is in control of what's happening. And I believe that the storm is going to get worse before it gets better. So hold on. Don't go all crazy on me. And just wait. Be patient. Trust in God that things are going to be according to His will. Have more patience, something that we don't have. But we have to continue to hope and wait. We don't want to go all gung-ho crazy. We don't want to go over there crazy. Yes, we can fight for this country. Absolutely, we will beat the leftists. Don't come. We would. And we will win. But not really. Because who wins when Americans fight Americans? Not Americans, but our enemies. So if my advice counts for anything, before you continue to tell me that I am crazy and I'm a liar, which, by the way, you can never prove it because you don't have any facts except for your delusional opinions. How do you know truth from lies? Well, the way that I see it, I'm a migrant that has respected the legal system of the United States of America. Not only do I respect the law of the land of the United States of America, but I also honor it. I love this country. And therefore, I love the people in this country. And those who fight against me will not be next to me, but I will separate myself from them. And I will hold in together my whole family of patriots, of those Americans that actually care about this country, that honor and respect this country. That red, white, and blue, such a beautiful flag. Only because it stands for hope. Only because our true American patriots that love, oh my gosh, I'm about to cry. Only because of all those patriots that have died to make sure that it stands erect. God bless America. God bless America. Let me take a pause there because I don't want to lose it here, like a leftist losing it. Let's just go ahead and continue to listen to Rita.
It'll be a cold day in hell before I take advice from the likes of you. But you are right about one thing. It's not beneficial for me to defend Donald Trump, given how unhinged our own media is about the president. But I'm not here to get plaudits from the media, political or activist class. No thanks. Now, we love a public tantrum in this segment, and this next one is courtesy of Florida State Rep Angie Nixon. Shock horror, she's a Democrat. And here she is railing against democracy. This is how she reacted when Governor Ron DeSantis' new congressional map passed.
Destroy our democracy. This is a violation of the Constitution. It is. It's a violation of the Constitution. I'm out of order, but y'all are doing illegal.
Representative Persons Mullica has waived closed. The question now recurs on final passage of HB 1D. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote.
The one lesson that you need to learn here on this scene is socialist Democrats will play the racist card every single time they can. They will play the victim every time they have no answers to real issues or concerns. They will play the victim and the racist card when they are being matched with their tactics. The dirty play they did in Virginia, well, that same play, karma is a bitch, they say. And this is exactly what is happening. You want to F around and find out, as Hakeem Jeffries, a.k.a. Obama, said? Well, there you go. Ron DeSantis is welcoming Obama in Florida. He said, I'll pay for you to come over here and campaign. By all means, come over here. Bring it. And yet, Republicans who have been staying quiet are becoming victorious more and more each day. And I'm telling you right now, I am so happy that we are on the right side of history. Literally. Don't be on the left side.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
83 yeas, 28 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill passes. Read the next.
And with that being said, shut the hell up.
Next bill.
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Shut the hell up.
Oh dear. Democrats started this war and they're going to regret that, particularly once Florida and Texas are done redistricting. Now, we haven't checked on the ladies of The View all week. They had a rough show overnight after former counsellor to President Trump, Alina Habba, appeared as a guest. It was 5 against 1, but she had their measure. And bad news, ladies, there are more indictments coming.
Why should anyone believe this pattern of targeting Trump's enemies is about justice and not revenge?
If you think that the Russian collusion hoax, if you think that the things that we've now seen evidence of in this Department of Justice aren't real, I just tell you to sit tight because things are coming. Because what they did was weaponized. I don't want to hear about weaponization because the reason you all know who I am is because of weaponization. I sat through targeting people saying we're going to get Trump.
Let's go to New York City now. Lefty heartland that is going through some hard times. People are fleeing due to the crime, the mismanagement, the high taxes, cost of living. People are fleeing to states like Florida, Texas and Tennessee. I wonder what those states have in common. Oh yeah, they're red, Republican states. But the good folk of New York keep voting blue, and it's even worse in New York City. In 2024, more than 80% of people in Manhattan voted for Kamala. And then New York City made a literal communist mayor. Zoran Mamdani calls himself a Democrat socialist, but he's a commie. Let's call things what they are. He's a commie who promised all sorts of free things to get elected, but 5 months into his reign and it's panic stations.
New York City faces a budget crisis of a historic magnitude. We inherited a deficit larger than any since the Great Recession.
Let me pause this real quick. Let me tell you something. The American gunsmith, he says, listen to this. Listen to this garbage of an anti-American. Don't delete his comment yet. Listen to this garbage. The American gunsmith says, my family fought in the revolution. Thank you for the service on the family. They fought for a nation where burning the flag is a protected right. Garbage. You're a piece of shit and you shame your whole family. All those people that fought in the revolution just wasted their freaking lives because of waste like you. Only a piece of shit will ever say that it's okay to burn the American flag. Now, I don't give a shit what the government is saying or doing. This is something that we lost soldiers' lives, families sacrificed to defend this flag right here, and for your piece of shit ignorant ass to come in here and make that comment, get the fuck out of my channel. I have no respect for you nor your family because of that. You shame this country. What kind of a fucking American do you think you are? Fucking traitor. All right, sorry about that. Well, we can no longer be monetized. Fuck these people that don't like America.
Years of mismanagement and chronic underbudgeting, we cannot close this deficit with savings alone. We need new revenue, and we need a structural reset in our relationship with the state. That is the only way to meet our legal obligation to pass a balanced budget.
So we've gone from free stuff for everyone to, oh no, we've run out of money and need new revenue sources in less than 6 months. As
what do we say about New York? We've said it many times. You're making a mistake. You are electing a communist. Oh, no, I'm not a communist. I'm a socialist Democrat. He was a communist from the beginning. And he said that, and he changed his mind. And we said, don't vote for him. Don't vote for him. And yet they did. We told you nothing is free. This tax the rich bullcrap is not going to work. And now he's blaming the people before him for all that stuff. Bro, let me tell you something, man. Don't touch my American flag, bro. I don't know why listen, you don't know why it pisses me off. Don't get it twisted. Don't get my emotional reaction. White American, get the fuck out of my channel as well. You're a piece of shit as well. Especially when you're white America. Just get out of here, you racist Nazi. Now, that's a Nazi right there, guys, just so you know. He even has the symbol on there, okay? Now, here we go. Fandy, okay, that's the last time I'm going to hear from you. Okay, you're no longer welcome in my channel. Anybody else? Anybody else? So now it's okay. Okay, so Trumpstein, you're no longer allowed in my channel either. I'll just let you know, anybody that I hide from my channel, you will never come back. So you can go ahead and make all the fake profiles. I will ban every single one of you. If you don't like my channel, just keep moving. I'm going to tell you something. Every time that I look at the American flag, especially this beautiful one right here behind me, this American flag, I see Americans dying to hold it, standing up. You know, it's biblical. It's biblical, and whether people want to see it or agree with it is irrelevant. But there was a story in the Bible where Moses was raising the victory, right? His staff. And Israel was winning. But he was getting tired. And as Aaron and Joshua saw that Moses was getting tired, the people started to lose. So they came and helped him keep his arms up. It's symbolical. When Americans are fighting, holding that flag erect, it means that there is hope. Regardless of all the tyranny, regardless of all the evil, regardless of all the adversaries against our nation, soldiers sacrificed their lives. Listen, they sacrificed their life. Literally. They take a bullet to hold that flag up. That represents hope for this nation. So fuck you if you want to burn the American flag. It just pisses me off. Bro, get the hell out of my channel. You guys don't see what I'm looking at my landscape mode. Orange clown over here is a freaking Nazi pretending to be American. I'm going to tell you, man, this is one of the reasons why I don't go and protest. I will probably shoot somebody trying to burn the American flag. I keep myself distant from these idiots. I am not Jesus Christ. It breaks my heart when people burn my flag. Let's just listen to Rita.
For the previous mismanagement, well, New York City has long been a blue city run by Democrats, and the locals keep electing more of them. To another socialist mayor, Seattle's Katie Wilson, who thinks it's a big joke that millionaires will flee her crime-riddled, high-taxing city.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if the ones that leave, like, bye. Yeah, hilarious. The people who pay pretty much all of the taxes are leaving, and she's waving them goodbye. One thing you can say about socialists is they are economically illiterate. Now, let's end lefties for the week on a high note that has enraged all the right people. There was a meltdown on Instagram when rap legend 50 Cent shared this video after the latest attempt on President Trump's life. Many men may wish death upon him, but the president isn't going anywhere.
Believe me, because, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my dog and I can't see.
Thank you guys for coming to the landscape mode. I don't know how long you can be there, but if one of you guys can stay there and just get rid of this garbage that comes in here, man.
Let's bring in one of my favorite New Yorkers now, documentary filmmaker and commentator Ami Horowitz. Ami, let's start with the climate of hate, fear and violence that led to another assassination attempt. And I want to play you out in the wild talking to Americans about Trump being shot.
Would you have supported the assassination of Trump?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
You would support the assassination of Trump?
Sorry.
That's right.
Interesting. I don't know. I have no idea.
Do you guys?
I want you to, and look how young these people are. This young libtards. I want you to understand what we're up against. I want you to understand what we're up against. This is why a lot of people are getting pissed off. But I'm saying to you, let's be patient. Let's not pull our guns out or anything like that until these sons of bitches declare a war against us. That's just how it's going to go. Let's just wait. We still believe that this is the land of the free, home of the brave. Okay, I really believe that, and I prayed that this is not the time to go crazy amongst ourselves. But I still stand by what I said. If you believe burning the American flag is your right, fuck you for burning the American flag. You are spitting for as many people as I get here coming into my channel to tell me that I am disrespecting our veterans. You burning the American flag, you are scum. You're a douchebag, and you should just be thrown away. It's that simple. And all these dweebs, all these idiot young teenagers that I don't blame them, to be honest, because the educational system is what's creating wusses out of them. I'm going to tell you, that is a problem. And if you Dundee guy, if you don't like predators, kids, if you don't like predators for kids, you should not be supporting Democrats because that's who they are.
Agree?
No comment.
I don't think I should say it on camera.
I think legally we probably shouldn't answer that kind of question.
Yeah, I was kind of, it's like, dude took a shot. Yeah, there was a little bit of like, missed opportunity. Like,
it was a missed opportunity.
Do you think that Trump, at the end of the day, will destroy our democracy?
I mean, not if they shoot his ass again. I would agree if that happened.
Would you be upset if Trump was assassinated?
I would not care. I mean, I wouldn't give a shit.
Do you think our country would be better off if Trump was assassinated?
Sure, yeah.
Like everything he said, I'm on the same page.
If he was assassinated, would you lose sleep at night?
No. Wouldn't be extremely sad.
If you're asking me, do I want him to suffer in that sense, then yeah, I would not really lose sleep over it because
He's talking about our president. You understand that? That's our president that they're talking about. The guy who's fighting for all of us. That's who these anti-American morons are talking about. That is crazy. Thank you, Gregory. I appreciate you, man. I know. I appreciate you guys' support. No matter how much YouTube suppresses our truth, it's okay. I appreciate the very few of you guys that come in here. And, you know, you got to listen to these people that are on the street. Guys, this is what we are against. This is exactly what we're fighting against. And so when people come in here and try to insult us on our channel, yeah, of course it pisses me off. And we're not going to put up with it. And we're going to get rid of every single anti-American that doesn't want to defend this country. We don't need them on our chat.
angry, violent white supremacist who's been preaching anger, hate, and violence.
Army, the left has normalized political violence, and they appear oblivious to how they're guilty of the very things they accuse their political opponents of doing.
Yeah, you know, my only regret for that video, Rita, is that I shot it in kind of the hard left area of New York. And the truth is, I should have shot that in the mainstream area, like my neighborhood, the Upper West Side, where there are mainstream Democrats. I would have gotten the same answers. That's the problem. Yes, of course, it's all coming from the left. There's this, like you said, this normalization of violence and rhetoric of violence, which is coming from mainstream Democratic lawmakers and media personalities, is the problem. Look, you have mainstream Democratic leaders calling Trump a Nazi over and over again. A Nazi, okay? I'm a Jew. 6 million Jews were put in ovens. That's how a Nazi behaves. And you're surprised when this kind of violence, or when they're talking about Mangione, I talked about it when it first happened. I said, this is the moment where everyday Democrats supporting political violence because they had no problem with it. Jimmy Kimmel joked about it. They all joked about it. And when you see the CNN elevate a guy like Hassan Piker, who supports outright terrorism, embraces terrorism, okay? And when he's normalized and he's raised on their platforms, this is the problem that we're talking about. Do we not remember that after Butler, when Trump was tried to assassinate him the first time, and there are people like, oh, we've got to cool down the rhetoric, including Joe Biden. What did Joe Biden do? The next day he was on TV saying Trump is a threat to democracy. The next day. And look, they are trying to pivot from this, right? Really hard. They're trying to blame this all. No, most of the political violence comes from the right. Where the Wall Street Journal, which, by the way, anybody who thinks the Wall Street Journal news organization, the news organization, not the people who had the comments and the op-eds. The news organization is a very left-wing news organization, okay? I know it's part of the family of News Corp, but that's the reality. And they had this whole article coming out trying to say that, no, most violence comes from white, right-wing people. And I won't go into the specifics of this data and how they got to it. It's so ridiculous. I went through it line by line. It is completely false. Look, they were saying that Josh Shapiro, the guy who tried to kill him and his family, immolate Josh Shapiro, the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, wasn't a left-winger. The man was saying free Palestine and from the river to the sea. Yes. That's Republicans saying that? But they said, no, he didn't take a political position on local, U.S. politics, so we can't call him a left-winger. This is the level they're going to skew the data, to try to obscure the fact that this is coming almost exclusively, and definitely primarily from the left.
The problem is, if you guys are wondering why I'm trying not to have all this negative coming from the left on my channel, is because we don't need to inundate this channel with that negativity. We already know it. What we need is to have some right thinking in this channel, so that we can overcome their stupidity, so that we can continue to fight for this country. The problem is that you guys come in here, I'm talking about the on my landscape and my portrait mode. The problem is that you guys come in from this leftist mentality that you hate Trump and everything he stands for, that you can't think beyond that hate. And therefore, you become garbage to this country because you don't think what is best for this country. You still, after how many times you come into my life, you still don't get the point. So if you're a white socialist liberal or whatever color you are, but if you're a socialist liberal Democrat, get the stepping. Go to a leftist podcaster and love them and support them and be with them. But get the hell out of our channel. We want to make America great again. If you think that we need to have this hateful conversation back and forth, that's not conversation. That's stupidity. It is insanity. To hear all the negative from the left every day, all day. You think that I want to have this channel to listen to it some more? No. There is plenty of leftist channels. Go. This is a channel for Americans. People that love the United States of America. I want to hear, God bless the USA. I want to hear that I got soldiers and veterans. I want to see flags being spammed on my chat. All the negative shit, get the hell out. I get to the point where, listen, there is enough negativity out there. How about I just get positivity here? I need you to be here to tell me that I'm saying something wrong. Show me. If you call me a liar, fine. Show me. Show me where I'm lying. If I give you a truth and you say that's a lie, show me. If I tell you that you shouldn't burn the American flag and you tell me that it's your right to burn the American flag, are you kidding me? The stupidity that goes through this anti-American mentality, it's unthinkable. Burning the flag is an expression. No, it isn't, bitch. It's a sign of being a traitor. That's what you're telling me with your freedom of speech. with your freedom of expression, you're telling me that you are a traitor. That's what that freedom of speech tells me. So don't come over here with stupidity telling me that that's your constitutional right. Because all you're saying is that you hate the United States of America and that you are a traitor. You stand against America, therefore you are a traitor. 1 year in jail is what I heard. I want to see some sons of bitches in jail for burning the American flag after they get their ass kicked. Revolution, thanks for stopping by, bro. Don't come over here with stupidity. These guys are so stupid. Man, we talked about Epstein files all the time. We don't give a shit about your Epstein files anymore. You guys are so stupid. You don't even see that you're destroying this fucking country. I want to tell you guys, listen, I think that I'm going to have to, like truly, when I'm doing my lives, I am going to be truly depending on you guys as super chats and memberships for this, because I will not be monetized anymore. I am going to go on filter, and I'm going to be dropping the F-bomb on every single one of these sons of bitches. I am going to go off on everybody that is anti-American, that doesn't love this country, and you come over here and protect fucking criminals and illegals. Yeah, you're going to get the bad side of Dennis. And I will try to make some videos with nice language so that people don't get offended. Is that okay? Tell that to your daddy, Trump, Dennis. No, daddy is right. Daddy can say whatever he wants. You need to shut the hell up. He's the commander-in-chief. He has the right to say whatever the hell he wants. You know what? For the last 12 years, he has earned the right to call you a piece of shit. He has the right could call you whatever he wants. You know why? Because you have spent the last 12 years calling him a Nazi, which is not, calling him a racist, which is not, a pedophile, which is not, a rapist, which is not. You have been raising false testimonies against him, which they're all false, obviously. He has been attempted assassinations on him. He has the rights to say whatever the hell he wants. And until you get that through your thick skull, it doesn't matter what we say. Now, with that being said, let's go ahead and finish. Listen to what this guy is saying.
Well, yeah, when you take data from activist bodies who predetermine their findings pretty much, then, yeah, you're going to get that result. But we've all seen the news for the last decade, and there has just been incident after incident. And no matter how you try to dress it up, this is a left-wing issue. This is not a both sides issue. And the longer you pretend it is, the longer you're avoiding dealing with it. And talking about hate and hysteria, Democrat Katie Porter, she wants to be the next governor of California. She sent an email to donors that included the phrase F Trump 4 times. Even in the subject line, she had F Trump. And she sent this army just a day after the most recent assassination attempt on President Trump. It's pretty clear that the Democrats do not want to turn down the temperature.
Give me your proof, 3252. Yeah, you better retract that message. Give me your proof. Give me your proof that he's a pedophile.
You know, it's so funny. I remember a Democratic operative on CNN saying, look how deep.
Rodswell. Hold on. Don't delete this comment. I want to see who this fool is. What did he say? Dennis, you should be ashamed of yourself. I went to high school with you, and if it was up to that guy, you wouldn't have been in this country. Well, fuck you, Will. I don't care if you went to my high school. Apparently, you didn't learn what I've learned. You're a dumbass son of a bitch for not protecting this country. So fuck you and all the friends that think like you. How about that? Go shove that information up your ass.
The Democratic benches, and they refer to the people running in the Democratic.
Man, I'm going to say something, man. That actually feels very releasing. I am just going to speak my mind from now on. Every time I go live, you better hold on to your bridges. You better hold on to your bridges. Oh, shit. I don't know. You guys are turning me into a monster of truth.
Democratic gubernatorial race for California. I was like, what? Katie Porter shows how you have a deep bench. She is a deeply, deeply ugly woman, and I'm not talking about her physical appearance, okay? This is nothing new. Look, Gavin Newsom, the former outgoing governor, had a zipper problem. Katie Porter has a potty mouth problem, okay? This is nothing new. Remember, this is the woman who was saying all this horrible F words and invective to her own staff. Remember, she was proudly got up at the Democratic California State Convention with an F Trump sign, right? And repeatedly said to the donors in that letter and other letters, remember, I'm the woman with the white placard at the convention. She was lauding herself, saying, this is who I am, okay? Look, this came less than 20, okay, the letter is one thing. This is kind of like normalized, again, using that kind of language on the left. But for the letter to come out less than 24 hours after another assassination attempt is the issue. And even a bigger issue than that, going back to that same theme, this normalization, no Democrats condemned it. No one said, Katie Porter, what are you doing? Shut up. That's the problem. Katie Porter's not the problem. It's the other Democrats that allow for this to breathe, which is the problem.
Ami, a few minutes ago, I played a clip of your mayor talking about a budget crisis, he said, of historic magnitude. How bad is the financial position of New York City? And where's Zoran Mamdani going to find the money for all the free stuff he has promised?
It's really, really bad, okay? It's a $12.5 billion budget deficit, okay? For a little context, the Ukraine military budget is $6 billion, and they're holding off the entire nation of Russia, okay? The entire budget of the country of Chad is $12 billion. Okay, that actually I'm actually shocked that Chad spends $12 billion on their budget. That was actually pretty surprising. Maybe that's not a perfect example. No, and is it getting better? No, it's getting worse. Look, this is all because of left-wing spend and left-wing policies of the prior administration. And Mamdani, yeah, of course, he just started, right? The $12.5 billion is not his problem. But what does he do to solve this? He's spending more money, okay? We have a rainy day fund, which totals about $2 billion. It's there for a rainy day. If we have a problem, you can tap into that.
Fuck you, Abdullah.
Half of it is gone, spent by him just in the last couple of months, okay? And what he's spending, this is the guy spending, right, millions of dollars on state-owned groceries, which, by the way, is 4x what a private grocery store chain will cost to open up, right? This is the guy that's spending $12.5 million on a daycare center for 40 kids with a $2.5 million operating cost for 40 kids. That's more than the cost of Harvard, okay? And his solution to all, and by the way, not to keep going, but so much talk about here, 3 of the 4 major bond rating agencies are downgrading the city of New York to negative, which is going to increase our borrowing costs, creating this debt cycle we will not be able to get out of. And what's the solution other than spending more money? Oh, why don't we drive out the people who are actually paying the tax in the city? Let's do that. Or let's allow more fare evaders. Do you know that last year, 50% of people who got on New York City buses didn't pay a dime? They just walked right on because the city does not want to arrest black people, because they did a study that the majority of people who evade fares are people of color. They don't want to arrest them. So let's allow everybody to simply get on the New York City transit system, which is supposed to be one of the major revenue drivers for the city. That's where we're at. Sorry, I'm pissed. I'm upset. Yes, I live in the city and they're destroying it.
Ami, let's go back across the country to LA. There's a race to be the next mayor, and one of the front runners is a former reality TV star. He's got some Trump-like qualities. He's saying that he wants to return LA to its golden age.
This is where Mayor Vass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nithya Raman's $3 million mansion sits. They don't have to live in the mess they've created where you live. This is where I live. They let my home burn down. I know what the consequences of failed leadership are. That's why I'm running for mayor.
What do you think his chances are? He's getting some high-profile support.
I think he's got some great chances, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. That is exactly the kind of candidates that you need to have running for office. People that actually have the experience, people that actually care about everybody, not just their rich little niche where they can keep their house safe and their mansions nice and water, but the people that actually suffer are probably the best people that can run for office. And I think that this guy is going to kick Bass out of that office.
His messaging is brilliant. His ads are very good. He knows what he's doing there, given that he has zero experience in politics. Could he pull it off?
He could pull it off. And by the way, his ads have been phenomenal. That was a great ad. Maybe my favorite ad was he went to the 6th Street Bridge in Los Angeles, which you couldn't see him because it's pitch dark because there's no lights there. Because Karen Bass, by the way, low key, one of the worst, if not the worst mayor in the entire country. It's a running gun battle between her, Mamdani, and the mayor of Chicago. She is really one of the worst. She's been there for a long time, has a tremendous amount of institutional support in the city and electoral support. But yeah, his ad on the 6th Street Bridge, he went there because Karen Bass said, hey, if anybody wants to go there, you could steal all the copper wiring from the lights. And that's exactly what they did. They went and stole all the copper wiring from the lights because they want to put up, solar panel lighting. Because, they're not going to steal that, right? No, it's horrific. He's got a chance because the city, people are finally, look, I know you laugh at me. I've said it over and over again. The state of California, it's just not lost. I know it's been lost for decades. But it was, in fact, a purple to red state when I was a kid growing up. And I want to believe, Rita, I want to believe it can happen again.
Well, that was before literally millions of immigrants went there and the demographics changed quite dramatically. So
even Rita knows about the immigration problem. Everybody knows, to be honest. Everybody knows. Very sad, man, that we have to put up with this bullshit now in the days that we live in. But I'm going to tell you something, man. I am sick and tired. And yes, every day is less and less patience with these libtards. I open up my phone lines for them to talk and have a conversation, and they just want to call in and throw a bunch of cuss words out there and then hang up. So we're no longer putting up with that bullshit. I always tell people, don't block your number. Because if you're going to call me and you're just going to insult me instead of having this conversation, I don't want to see your ass on the chat saying, oh, every time that we call, every time we try to have a conversation, he just hangs up or mutes us. No, it's because you're a jackass and you're just coming over here to troll and try to make everybody just have a hard time with your insults. And we're just not going to put up with it. You say, oh, well, you're using the F word and you're insulting us. Yeah, because you guys are jackasses. That's why you get cussed out. But everybody else that's not guilty, they don't feel bad about it. I've apologized plenty of times for cussing people out on my show. But you know what? No more. It is that simple. Lisa, how are you? Reminds me of the movie Escape from New York. Man, I don't know, Grant. I don't know, brother. All I know is we have a new post from President Trump. Let's see. Helping out. Is this am I missing a live right now? Shit. I think I am missing a live. Let me take a look. Let me take a look and see if I'm missing a live. Let's see. Thanks for subscribing there. I think I heard that. Oh, 100 joules, it looks like. Oh, here's a recent live. Let's go ahead and I'll tell you what, I got some clips. Let me save this clip real quick.
We're
going to save this clip from Brandy. We'll share it later today because I won't have time. But President Trump is actually live right now, it looks like. Give me a second. Let's get it started from the beginning. It's about 20 minutes so far.
Small businesses now are thriving. And as you know, more people are working right now than at any time in the history of our country. We're doing great. And there's more investment being made in the United States than any country at any time in history. And a lot of that's AI, and a lot of that's maybe in a certain way, maybe more importantly, auto plants are all coming back to our country. They're coming back from different countries where they left us for Germany, as you know, Japan, and South Korea, and Canada, Mexico. And they're all coming back at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And tariffs did it. I did it. Maybe the election did it, but tariffs did it. And if they build here, they don't have to pay tariffs. We have Germany is giving a lot of companies are coming in from Germany, from Japan. Japan just announced $10 billion more plants going to be built between Toyota and Honda and all the different companies they're pouring into our country. In South Korea, Canada, they're coming in. I don't know what they're doing, but I can tell you they're coming in tremendously from Canada. There's no reason they don't want to pay the tariff, and because of that, they're investing at levels never seen before. We will, for 30 years we virtually didn't build an auto plant in this country, and now we're doing more than we've ever done. So I'm very proud of that. AI is going wild. We're doing great, and we're letting them build their own electric, but we're actually making them build their own electric plant, so they take tremendous amounts of energy to have a successful plant, and they're building all of the new ones are building their own electric plant like a utility, and any extra they'll either give it or sell it for a good price to local communities and to the grid. So it's going to be fantastic. But we have tremendous amounts of factories being built in our country now, more than we've ever had at any time ever before. And we have the biggest investment being made in our country. In the history of our country, by the way, in the history of any country, there's never been a country that has the kind of investment coming in that we have right now. And these things are being built right now. So you're not going to see the results. I mean, you see construction results. You notice the construction workers are through the roof. But when they open, the numbers are going to be staggering. Do you have a question?
I certainly do. Thank you, Mr. President. You had some good economic news, GDP, 2% growth. New orders for business equipment surged to the highest level in 6 years. And IRS data shows that the average federal tax return is up by more than 11% when you compare it to the same time as last year. Do you believe that this is evidence?
Over 100%.
Do you believe that this is evidence that the big, beautiful tax cuts that you signed into law last year are working? Or do you think the economy is going to continue to hum as the year progresses?
Yeah, thank you. So the biggest tax cut in history is in the great, big, beautiful bill. And I think, I see it. I actually see it reported where people are shocked at how much money they're making. They can't believe the refunds that they're making. 5,000, 6,000, 7, 8, 9. I saw one last night on television, 11,000 more than she thought she was going to get. And it's no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our seniors, no tax on social. Nobody can believe it even. And the numbers are far greater than they thought. People that thought they were going to make an extra $500, turns out they're making an extra $5,000. So it's been really great, yeah. And that's going to carry forward. Look, the country's doing really well. And that's despite a military operation. I don't call it a war. I'd rather have a military operation. Where really, Iran is dying to make a deal. I can only tell you that. I don't want to get into the, but they cannot be nuclear other than that. But their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone. Every ounce of any form of equipment practically is gone. Their drone factories are about 82% down, and their missile factories are almost 90% down. And many of their missiles have been knocked out. They used some, but we knocked out more than they used. And it's pretty amazing what's happened. They want to make a deal. But despite the fact that we are in what some people would call a war, we just hit a new high today on the stock market. We have S&P is through the roof. They're through the roof. And, when we hit 50,000 on the Dow and 7,000 on the S&P, I said to myself, we got to do something about Iran. They want to have a nuclear weapon. You can't let them have a nuclear weapon. And I hated to do it to my people because they said 50,000. Peter, you know this, that 50,000 wouldn't be obtainable in my 4 years or anybody's 4 years. And we hit 50,000 in my first year, the end of my first year. We hit 7,000 on the S&P. They said that would be even less attainable. And we hit that at the end of the first year, before the year was up. And then I said to Kevin, sorry about this, Kevin, but we have to put out a fire. And the fire is taking place in the lovely country of Iran. And they want to have a nuclear weapon. And if we didn't use this beautiful, see that plane right there? That beautiful B-2 bomber. It looks small there, but it's actually quite. It doesn't look very powerful there, but it's quite large actually. We ordered 25 more of them, the updated version, all built in America, which is very nice, right? But if we didn't have that B-2 bomber, if we didn't go in and do what we did, we obliterated that nuclear capacity of theirs, and so they didn't get the nuclear bomb. If we didn't do that attack, should have been done long before I came along by other presidents or by another country or something, but it should have been done long before I came along. But they are in very bad shape, and they've got nothing going, including leadership. I mean, their leaders are gone. Now they have a whole new, their first string leaders are gone, their second string leaders are gone. Now we're dealing with their third string. But we'll see what happens. It's been an amazing period of time between Venezuela and where we're doing great. We're getting along with them great. We're working very closely with them. They're doing more oil now than they've done in many, many decades, actually. And they're making more money, and so are we. It's like a joint venture, to be honest. And we've paid for the attack many times over. The attack, something you've never heard before, probably. I always used to say to the victor, belong with the spoils. But we've paid for the attack, which is always expensive. But it was a less than 1 day attack. It was actually a 45-minute attack. And that's a good, they have good military in Venezuela, but they did not expect that and that and that and that. Other than that, so when these suckers come at you at 2,500 miles an hour, at 25 feet off the ground, you say, this is not what I bargained for. This is no good. Anyway, and now, Venezuela was amazing, but now we're doing essentially, it's larger, but we're doing essentially the same thing in Iran. Can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And their economy is crashing. The blockade is incredible. The power of the blockade is incredible. They're not getting any money from oil. And hopefully it can be worked out very soon. Yeah.
Iran is proving to be very stubborn. The talks seem like they are stalled. Are you getting antsy to break the ceasefire?
Well, I mean, I don't know what stubborn is, because really nobody knows what the talks are except myself and a couple of other people. They want to make a deal badly. We have a problem because nobody knows for sure who the leaders are. It's a little bit of a problem, The leaders have been wiped out along with their military, almost all of their military. I mean, think of it. 159 ships was their total Navy. 159 ships are gone. They're underwater. They're way below sea level. Sea level is a big difference. Pretty deep waters over there, too. So, I don't know that we need it. We might need it.
And on Iran, a little while ago, the president of FIFA said that when the World Cup is here in the U.S., the team from Iran will be playing in the games.
Well, if Johnny said it, I'm okay. Did Johnny say it?
He did. What if they
Johnny
win?
Infantino, that's a piece of work.
What if they win?
Well, if they win, we'll have to worry about that. That's not. I'm going to have to worry about that one. Look, you know what? Let him play well. Johnny's fantastic. He's a friend of mine, and he talked about it. I said, you do whatever you want. You can have them. You don't have to have them. Probably have a good team. I don't know. Do they have a good team? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea.
Would be hard to believe, actually. But I think let them play. Right?
This is a little bit different, but what is your take on these reports that your show, The Apprentice, is going to could come back on Amazon with host Donald Trump Jr.?
Well, I've been hearing it. Look, we had a great success, 14 seasons, and The Apprentice was a tremendous success. So I've been hearing that, a little bit. So we'll see what happens. He's good. He's a good guy. He'd be probably good. He's got a little charisma going. You need a little charisma for that soccer match. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, they told me about it. We'll see.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. There's been some talks about changes to your security after what took place.
Changing my security.
Changing your security after what took place.
Well, they did a pretty good job, actually. They stopped the NFL running back. I mean, he was like a running back. In fact, if he ever got out, they're probably going to sign him. He was a speedy guy, but he was stopped. They had many levels in front of him before he would even come to us. You know, you could be a baseball team and win 19-0, and somebody could say, you should have won 21. You should have gotten 25 runs. The team was no good or something. So I don't know. I can only say that I know a lot of those people at Secret Service, and they were good and they were forceful. And I saw the guys in front of me. They were powerful-looking guys. I said we could send them to Hollywood. They could make movies. I think that there's always room for improvement, right? And he got into the building. The problem is I know that's what I do. I build buildings like that. Much nicer, actually, but I build buildings like that. And, you know, when you have 1,000 rooms sitting on top of a ballroom, and you have the elevators coming down right near the entrance, it's a pretty tough situation. Now, right outside, we have something that's on time, on budget, actually ahead of time, ahead of budget depending on finishes. You know, finishes is a big difference between marble and onyx in price, but it's right on budget, right on time. And that's built to the highest standards of security. No units on top, no hotel built on top where an elevator comes right down through the middle of it. It's a tough location. That's a tough location. So I think I know the people at Secret Service. I think they're great, and I think the Congress has to take care of those people. You know, we're talking about ICE. We're talking about Border Patrol, Secret Service. Everyone is. The Democrats essentially want to defund the police. Just so you know, they want to defund law enforcement. It's crazy. These people have gone crazy. I heard Hakeem Jeffries, a low IQ person. He's a very low IQ, screaming today that the Supreme Court is illegitimate. I mean, that's a dangerous statement. Then if I say something modest, they say, oh, he's a king, he's a king. They're sick. But Hakeem Jeffries said the Supreme Court is illegitimate. That's a rough statement. If I made that statement, it would be the biggest story out there. Bad things would happen.
One of the ideas.
Go ahead.
The average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.30
Right,
in this country.
And you know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran. The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down. But what won't happen is if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is a different place.
What about
You're not going to have to pay a little bit more for gasoline. The gasoline, the oil will go down rapidly as soon as the war is over.
Good to see you again, sir. I've got two questions. First, I want to follow up on Daniel's question. I've described you as the peacemaker. You're achieving peace around the world. Due to these latest policies, big beautiful bill, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, now the Trump account, and then the IRA account. Could we describe you as the wealth maker?
Well, I'm helping people out. It's a nice question, actually, but I'm helping people. These people are with me. You know, these are great people, and feel free to speak up if you'd like, because they wanted this to happen, and we got it done. And they're Republican people, I think, in all cases, right? It's crazy. We need, like, always unanimous, because the Democrats, they will vote against anything, no matter how good. If they had their favorite thing in the world, and we happen to want it, but we found a new strategy. We're going to oppose every single thing that we want, and we'll get unanimous votes. So I'm going to come up and oppose everything, Brian, from this point forward. And they'll vote for it. Go ahead.
Second question. You created Space Force on the second end, towards the end of your first administration. Right. You just had the Artemis II crew in here. I know it's a big accomplishment. What do you see moving forward, the duration of your administration in terms of space exploration? I know that was a big moment for you.
Well, doing Space Force I think it's going to go down as one of my more important things. It's turning out. Even a lot of these great military operations that we have right now, when you look at Venezuela, when you look at like the decimation of Iran, which was considered powerful. It was the bully of the Middle East. And a lot of that took place so effectively because of what's coming out of space. When we did Space Force, when I did Space Force, I'm very proud of it. Space was like, we were third. China was first, Russia was second. Now we've leapfrogged. We're way ahead of China, we're way ahead of Russia. And we made some great choices. The first person that headed Space Force, and really after that we had a couple of really great people heading it. Always very important. And a new person is heading it now. I think he has a chance to be as good as anybody, as good as, maybe better, I don't know. But we've had great people heading up Space Force. It's been very important. It's been very important for what we're doing with respect to the different places. And as far as peace, I settled 8 wars. And people try and dispute it, but then they go over them. And almost in every case, they sent letters thanking me and letters to the Nobel Committee. I don't care about that. Maria was very nice. She gave me her Nobel Peace Prize because she said she didn't deserve it. She was very, very nice. But I settled 8 wars. And in every case, the people, the prime ministers or presidents wrote letters thanking me. And in the case of India, look, the biggest one would have been Pakistan, India. The prime minister of Pakistan said, I saved from 30 to 50 million lives, but it could have been more than that. 2 nuclear nations were going at it. 11 airplanes were shot down. They were in the first week of what would have been a very bad war, and I got it solved. You know how I got it solved? By the use of tariffs. I said, I'm going to charge you tariffs if you guys keep fighting, and they said, oh, please don't do that.
You just lifted the tariffs, right? You just lifted some tariffs on whiskey? Is that correct?
Yeah, what I'm doing is for as long as I've been here, they've wanted to, Kentucky, which is a great place, and I also won, Jason, by a lot. But Kentucky, with the bourbon, and Scotland with the whiskey, and they've had trade for years and years and years, and a lot of restrictions, a lot of different restrictions took place that didn't amount to much, and it really stopped them. I don't know if you know, it's a barrel trade. They use the barrels from the one to take care of the other, and the barrels are only good for 1 unit. In other words, they can't be used twice. They can only be used once, but the once makes it a better substance. I'm not a big drinker, so forgive me, but it makes them a big substance and a better taste. But they dealt for years. This was Scotland and Kentucky, mostly Kentucky. And I just took all the restrictions off, so Scotland and Kentucky can start dealing again. And I did it in honor of the king and queen who just left. They're heading back. It was a big deal. They've been trying to get this for a long time.
Yes, Mr. President, you mentioned you talked about possibly pulling out some troops out of Germany. Would you be considering the same thing for Spain and Italy? I mean, they haven't been exactly on board.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I probably will. Why should I? Look, why shouldn't I? Italy has not been of any help to us, and Spain has been horrible, absolutely horrible. It's NATO. It's not even the fact that they're bad. It's one thing if they said nicely, or if they said, okay, we'll help, but the help's a little slow. But the level, and we helped them with Ukraine. They made a mess out of Ukraine, a total mess. And we helped them with Ukraine. Ukraine has nothing to do, we're an ocean apart. It has to do with them. It's like for them, it's their front door. We help them. And Biden gave them $350 billion, which was insane. It's one of the reasons the war went on. But when we needed them, they were not there. You have to remember that. And so if we ever have a big one, because we didn't need any help with Iran. We had Iran right from the first day. It was over. It was over. And now it's even more so. We're so locked and loaded if we want to do. But we didn't need the help. And to a certain extent, I asked them, I didn't need the help, but I said, yeah, we'd love to have you help, because I wanted to see if they do it. And they, in all cases, they said, we don't want to get involved. And the amazing thing is they use the Strait of Hormuz. We don't. We don't use it. We don't need it. We have a lot of oil. Well, wait a minute. And they use it, we don't. And you would have thought they would have said, we would love to help you. But they didn't, which I think was a verse. And Germany, I mean, he's doing a terrible job. He's got immigration problems. He's got energy problems. He's got problems of all kinds. And he's got a big problem with Ukraine because they're in that mess. And he criticized me for doing the whole thing with Iran. But I said, would you like to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran? He said, no, I don't. I said, well, then I guess I'm right. He didn't have any answer to that. The bottom line is for this world, for our country, but certainly for Israel, the Middle East, and Europe, much closer, you cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you agree that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, which most people agree, almost everybody, it should have been done a long time ago. But if you agree they can't have a nuclear weapon, then what I did has been executed perfectly because our military has decimated them. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, two questions for you. Lita Shirazi from the Daily Mail. You have called this the new regime before in Iran, but I speak to Iranians on a daily basis, and they tell me that these are the same people that have murdered them, executed them, repressed them. I talked to them through the blackout, and they wanted me to ask you this question. And second of all, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, how come he's not involved in these conversations?
Oh, he's very much involved. Marco is he's negotiating with them all the time. You know, look, Iran killed 42,000 people over the last 2 months, protesters. They were going to kill 8 women whose lives I saved, and I appreciate that they didn't do it. I asked them not to do it. They didn't do it. They were getting ready to hang the women. They were going to hang 8 beautiful women that were... I mean, it just caught the imagination of a lot of people. People were talking about it. You know, it was inconceivable. You saw those 8 beautiful people, and they were going to be executed that evening. This was a week ago. And I got on the phone very quickly, and I said, don't do it, don't do it. The whole world is watching, don't do it. And they didn't do it. I appreciate it. I guess 4 were released, and the other 4 are going to be released in a month. They were ready to be executed that night. So they take a tough, they knocked out the wrestler they killed. They killed the wrestler's teammates. He was a world champion wrestler, too. He was a great wrestler, great, talented wrestler. They killed him because he protested, he spoke. He wasn't wrestling. What he did is he spoke negatively about the regime, and they killed him. They executed him, along with his friends. They killed 42,000 people. So when you say about, they say that I do the same, I don't do the same. I'm trying to save that country in a certain way, and nobody's ever seen it. That. Think of it. They killed 42,000 innocent, not weapon-carrying people for protesting. 42,000, and the number they say is a lot higher than that. There's a rough group, but we have decimated them. And their economy is a disaster. So we'll see how long they hold out. We'll see.
Mr. President. President Trump, Saudi Arabia is pulling the plug on Live Golf. Once that tour is gone, do you think the PGA Tour should welcome the defectors back with open arms?
Well, I do. It's a great question. In fact, if I had time, I'd love to watch television today because the PGA Tour is playing at Doral, the Cadillac Championship. And I said, who's winning? I don't get a chance. I can't even look at it.
Jordan Spieth was in the lead earlier.
Who is?
Jordan Spieth.
Oh, that's good. He's good. Great guy. Good putter, to put it mildly, right? He's a very great guy. Chipper putter. No, it's they're at my tournament right now, the PGA. In 2 weeks, Liv is going to be at my course right here on the Potomac. No, I'd love to see Liv, but I do believe that all of the golfers should be playing, the great golfers should be playing against each other. I do believe, it's sort of, they were viewing something as a monopoly, but it's in a way, it should be the opposite of a monopoly. I want to see Rory playing Bryson DeChambeau. I want to see Big John Rahm playing Scotty, who's so great, right? Scotty Scheffler is great. And I want to see him play John Rahm and Bryson and all the different guys. They have great players on the Live. But it's almost like people want to see that. That's why the Masters was so good, because you saw everybody together. Patrick Reed played great. You know, he's on live and he played great. And they all did. They all played. They're great players. I play with them. They're very good. When I think I'm a good player and then I play with them, I don't think I'm that good. You know? But there's something nice about all of the players playing together. Now they'll all be accepted by the tour. There's no point, because they're great. If they weren't, you know, the tour really will. The tour wants to have the best player. You can't have the best player that they're boycotting. Now they may do something, you know, a little bit, but they'll all be back on tour and it'll be great. And you know, having one tour. Now I don't know that what's happening with Liv. I'm not sure what's happening with Liv, but they are playing in my course 2 weeks on the Potomac, beautiful course. But right now they're playing at Doral, which I own, and if we end this early, I'll be able to watch for about 3 minutes before I get back onto the economy and every other subject that we have, including Iran. We're doing so well with Iran, so I think so.
I just want to
follow up. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Question on clarification of the Trump IRAs versus a regular IRA.
Right.
Does it come down to the difference of a federal match? Who would qualify for that? And secondly, do you have any reaction to Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell staying on the Board of Governors? Were you prepared to take any action on that?
No, I don't care. If he stays on, he stays on. That doesn't. I just wanted to make sure that Kevin became the head. It's very unusual that they stay on. You know, I predicted he would, because you know who's going to hire him, frankly. So I predicted he would stay on, but you know, he's a negative. I think he's a negative force. The thing that angered me about him more than interest rates was the fact that he could allow a building to cost billions of dollars more than it was. I could have built that building. I could have renovated and fixed that building, which is what I do. I always did well with it, for $25 million. They're going to spend maybe $4 billion. It's not even close to being opened. You know, Kevin, who's going to be fantastic, I don't know if he's going to have an office. I'm going to have to put him right here. I'm going to give him that. We'll cut the oval in half. I'll give him half of the oval. No, it's, I think, I'm very happy about Kevin. I think he's a star. And the other Kevin, we're going to talk to you. Could you answer her question?
Yeah, sure. It's a great question, and the match is a super important part of it, and it's one reason why we're calling on our friends here to potentially expand it, so that right now the match is capped at $35,000, but there's a whole academic literature that this match has a big effect on people's willingness to save and their long-run welfare. And so the differences really are the match. We're creating the TrumpIRA.gov website, so it'll be really, really easy for people to have access to private companies that have to follow the TSP rules that are really low cost and so on, so that they'll get the best possible investment. And finally, you've noticed that Michael Dell has given money, promised money for the Trump accounts. We've also made it clear that the Trump IRA charities can contribute to other people's accounts.
And I imagine this will boost the stock market and economy further.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want to mention phase 2? We're doing phase 1 today because I can do that without Congress, but phase 2 is going to be something that would be unbelievable. Do you want to just give a little summation? We'll be going back to Congress to ask for this.
Right, so the basic headline is that if you look at the huge success of Australia in their retirement savings accounts, that we're working with the Treasury Secretary, he and I, and Jason Smith and other members of Congress to come up with something that's pretty close or in the direction of the Australian system.
Or better. They had a couple of little glitches that we'll get rid of.
But there's absolutely no contemplation of harming Social Security in any way. This is meant to be an add-on for that.
It'll be very exciting. It's going to be great. We'll be pretty quick, pretty fast. We're going to move pretty fast.
Something that we talked about. Something that we talked about a couple weeks ago. There's all these missing scientists who had access to classified material. A bunch of them have turned up they're either missing or they have turned up dead. Have you been briefed yet about whether or not these cases are connected?
Yeah, I have.
And can you tell us if they are connected?
Well, so far, I mean, they're individual. We have a lot of scientists. So when you see, you put together 10. It's a lot, but it's, a very small number compared to what overall. We have a lot of scientists. I was asking that question. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of scientists. So, some of them that we looked at are very sad cases in some cases. Some were sick. Some left this earth. self-inflicted. Some had other things. So far, there's not a major. Sometimes there's a little bit of a connection anyway, and you say, "Oh, this is a terrible thing." But so far, we're finding that there's not much of a connection. We'll let you know. We're going to be doing a full report on it. It's very serious stuff.
Mr. President, follow up on my question earlier. Have you been informed if the Secret Service agent who was shot on Saturday, if that was from friendly fire or if it was from the suspect?
Well, they say it was not friendly fire.
So you're hearing that it's from?
Well, that's what I heard. I heard that. They said it wasn't friendly fire.
Okay,
It was actually reported. You read the reports because it was actually reported.
Yes, sir. I read through the DOJ memo.
Yeah, but well, then why do you ask me the question?
I don't believe it said that the agent was struck by.
I'm just saying they said it wasn't friendly fire.
And he hasn't been charged
It wasn't
yet.
us.
Okay, and he hasn't been charged yet with that. Of course, that could come. I want to follow up on the security changes. Is there talks about you potentially wearing a bulletproof vest moving forward, given you have now been shot at?
I don't
so
know if I
many
can
times?
handle looking 20 pounds heavier. These guys, they look so. Some of these guys are physical specimens. Some of these guys are trouble. They say, get him away from me. I don't want to be near him. If you want to gain 20 to 25 pounds, get a vest and live. Yeah. Frankly, the vest did an amazing job because it took a bullet close up, and he didn't even want to go to the hospital. I mean, we sent him to the hospital just in case, but he didn't want. Still a hit, but he didn't want to go to the hospital. The vest totally protected him. Still a lot of power behind that shot, though. That's like getting hit by Mike Tyson. But it's amazing. I've been asked about that, and I guess it's something you consider. In one way, you don't like to do it because you're giving into a bad element, and so I don't know. But I have been asked about it.
How nervous are you about it happening again? Another assassination attempt?
I don't think about it.
You don't think about it at
And
all?
if I did, I wouldn't be doing a very good job here. I'd be thinking about nothing but that. I don't think about it. I don't think about it. If I did, I wouldn't be effective. Okay.
Mr. President,
Right.
real quickly, you pushed on True Social, calling on Senate Republicans to blow up the filibuster.
They
It is
should.
a big issue with MAGA. MAGA wants you to get rid of it.
They should
Why
do
don't
it.
you do it?
Why don't they do it?
I don't know.
I have no idea. You know why, I guess? Because they have 3 or 4 that are like hard line. The same ones that are hard line, no to everything. And if you don't have all of them, we have a very small majority. John Thune's a good man. I said to him, John, just go take the vote. Let's expose who the people are. But, if we got rid of the filibuster, we could vote on the Save America Act, voter ID. You act so good. I love this. He's a great guy. Even though I don't love his girlfriend too much, okay? I won't tell you who the girlfriend is. But I like him, and I've always liked him. It's great that he hasn't changed. But Brian, I think here's the problem. It's not even imaginable to me why. And people are angry about it. I'm talking about Republicans are angry about it. The filibuster should be terminated. If the Democrats ever get a shot, which probably, based on history, sometime they will use it in the first minute of the first hour, and they will execute all of the bad things. 21 justices, they really like 21. I heard 13, but they really want 21 Supreme Court justices. And they really want to have D.C. and Puerto Rico become states. That would mean automatic 4 senators go into the Democrat column. And there's not even a chance that they don't do it and do it immediately. Now, with that knowledge, because you could argue whether it's good or bad, but I don't think it's that much of an argument, frankly. But you could argue, with that knowledge that they're going to do it immediately, why wouldn't you do it as a Republican? Unless you have bad motives almost. But if we did it, we could pass one bill after the other. We could pass laws and acts and things that we never even dreamt of passing. And you know what else? We wouldn't lose for 50 years. If we terminated the filibuster, we would have a 50-year run. You'd stop cheating. I mean, look, they're professional cheats, and they're great at it. That's what they're best at, because you can't get elected with their policy. You can't get elected with men and women's sports, with transgender mutilization of our children, with open borders for jails to be dropped into our country and mental institutions and drug dealers and murderers. Think of it, 11,888 murders come into our country. Nobody even talks to them about it, right? We got a lot of them out because of, you know why? Because of ICE, which they don't want to fund. They're defunding our police. When they defund ICE and with Border Patrol and Secret Service, they're defunding our police. The same thing as they're doing with an officer on the street corner. So why the Republicans Senate doesn't just sit in there and just do it and take a negative vote and do it again and again like the Democrats do. They go again and again. The war power. I'm negotiating a deal with Iran. And every week, every 3 days, they put in a thing that the war should stop. And people ask me, how the hell do you negotiate like that? You're destroying them. Every day I read, think of it, we militarily decapitated the country. And every day I read about how well they're doing militarily. They got nothing left. They're done. And yet I read in the New York Times, I see in that stupid CNN, which I only watch because you have to watch a little bit of the enemy. So I watch it for a very short period. But you have to be smart. And if you see CNN, you think they're winning the war. If you read the New York Times, it's actually seditious, in my opinion. You read the New York Times, you actually think they're winning the war. I read some of these columnists, but it's all starts from the top. It's a terrible thing. So we're negotiating with them, and they read how well they're doing, and they're sitting in a cave, and all their leaders are dead. Everyone's dead around them. Missiles are all over the place. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no nothing. We can fly right over the middle of Tehran without being shot at because they have no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And they're reading that they're winning the war. They're trying to figure it out. They get the New York Times, I guess, in some form. And they think we're crazy. But, you know, I'm supposed to be negotiating, and they make you negotiate from weakness, not strength. But the difference is I don't care. And everybody knows the facts. We are decimating that country. I got a call today from another country that's more on our side than that, Middle Eastern country, saying, sir, please don't hit them anymore. They're decimated. Please. He's actually helping them. He's actually saying, please. And yet the New York Times will tell you that they're winning the war. It's so sad. I hate to even say that because when I say that, people out watching, they'll say, oh, maybe they'll win the war just by the fact that I'm saying it. And it's so ridiculous. They're being decimated. We have the greatest military in the world. And one thing that's come out of this and Venezuela, some of the things that have happened, I rebuilt the military in my first term and did a good job. And also the first year of this term. We have the greatest military in the world. When I spoke with President Xi, when I spoke with President Putin, I have great respect for what I've done and what our military does. We have a military like no other. You know, when we attacked Venezuela, their equipment, none of it worked. It was all good equipment, but it was discombobulated. You know what that means? They pressed the buttons and nothing happened. They said, what the hell's going on? They heard that weird buzzing sound from way up high. It's amazing how great our military is. And for us to read, it's like the B-2 bombers right there. Late at night, 8 months ago, they went into Iranian territory, and Iran was waiting for them. And they were firing at the wrong targets. They were firing at their planes, but they didn't see them. And with no moon, dark at night, they dropped each plane at 2 bombs, 14 bombs. Every one of those 14 bombs went right down an air chute. Think of it. They followed the beam right into the chute. And every single one of those bombs, very powerful, 200,000-pound bombs, every one of those bombs went right down an air chute. Late at night, think of it, late at night with no moon, you couldn't see a thing. They put those, and they went into territory. All of a sudden, I was watching. They got faster. Then they go like that because the bombs go faster when they head down. I wouldn't want to head down. I'd head up. I'd want to get the hell out of there. And they let the bombs go, and then the first one that let them go was a perfect hit. He said, skedaddle. And that plane turned over in its size. And it went back to a place called Missouri. If you don't mind, Jason.
God's country.
It went back. It wanted to say hello to a very powerful congressman, by the way, from Missouri, Jason. So every one of those bombs, and yet before they landed, CNN came out with a report that maybe the damage wasn't that great. The damage was far greater than we said. It was obliteration. When the Atomic Energy Commission went there 1 week later, they say Trump was right. It was obliteration. And they still haven't been. They've had possession of the site. They haven't been able to do anything with it. That stuff is buried. And the reason I took I was angry about it was because it's disrespectful to those pilots and those incredible people, including the people that maintained the planes. Those planes had to fly for 37 hours without stopping. They got the tankers. They had 3 tanker lifts, meaning they had to get refuel up in there. They never landed. They went all the way from Missouri to here and then back. Some went to Guam, which there are those that say that was a way of camouflaging the whole thing because they followed the ones they thought the ones from Guam were not coming. They were going to take it easy at Guam. That didn't work out too well. But that was amazing. And the New York Times and CNN, they said, well, maybe the B-2 attack wasn't so good. Even to this day I hear it, because we want to get the nuclear dust. It's way down there. You need excavators and everything to get it. But we want to get it. We'll take it one way or the other. We'll get it. We'll either get it or we'll take it. They'll either give it to us or we'll take it. But I think it's very disrespectful to our incredible military when they say, maybe they missed the target. Every single bomb hit the target. Then on top of that, we shot from submarines 30 unbelievable missiles that also hit the target on top of that. It was complete obliteration. And it was confirmed by Atomic Energy. But even the other day I saw on CNN, well, I don't know. They want the stuff, so therefore the bombs didn't hit. Yeah, we want the stuff. It's way buried. But we want to get it. We will get it. It won't even be hard. But they have to respect our military. They have to. If it were a miss, I tell you, we'd be fine. It would have done a lot of damage. But these bombs went down the air chutes. They'll never build air chutes again in the mountain. They built these air chutes to get a layer up there. They'll have to find a different way because it didn't work. But our military is amazing. There's never been anything like. We have the most powerful military on earth, and it's too bad we have to use it, but we're doing really well. So we'll see how that all works out. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
For anybody that didn't get to watch the live from the Artemis, that is exactly what we're going to play next. So thank you guys for hanging in there with us. We appreciate you, all you newcomers. If you haven't hit that like button, hit that like. If you haven't subscribe if you want to hang out with us more. I will warn you today, I have gone unhinged, and it seems like leftists have won, and now I'm going to be cussing people out on my lives. So no more monetizing for my live videos. There goes that. Just giving you a little disclaimer that people are going to get cussed out. If you don't like Trump, I am not sorry, because we're going to play more of him. Here we go. This is with the Artemis team.
Well, thank you very much. We have some people that have captivated the attention of the whole world, not just our country, the whole world, and they're very brave, and that was a lot of rocket under them. I never saw anything like that. We were talking about it. It's I don't know how they do it. I wouldn't want to do it, but it takes people like this to make our country great. And again, I've never seen anything. Everybody I knew, they wanted to see the launch, and they especially wanted to see a successful landing. And Jared, I want to congratulate you, what you've done at NASA. I made a great choice. And if you have any questions for any of us, feel free to ask, but we're very proud of these people. They have unbelievable courage, unbelievable. A lot of other things too, by the way. To get in there, you have to be very smart. You have to do a lot of things physically good. So I would have had no trouble making it. And physically very, very good. Maybe a little bit of a problem. I don't know. I'm sure we'll have to try it sometime. Is a president allowed to go up in one of these missions?
We can get working on that, Mr.
We have no problem, right?
We'll launch more rockets. The opportunities.
We'll have to try it. Congratulations very much. And by the way, their families are over here, beautiful families, and they're in the Oval Office, and they walked in, they said, wow, the Oval Office. Everybody likes the Oval Office. Any questions, please?
President. Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, it's a great honor to meet all of you. Congratulations, and welcome to the White House. I've had the privilege of interviewing Gene Cernan, the last man to walk on the moon. Is that what you would like to do? And Mr. President, do you think that will happen during your second term?
Well, we have a shot at it. I mean, we don't like to say definitely, because then you say, oh, we failed. Because I think we could say we're ahead of schedule. So we have a good shot. We've authorized it. And I think with this team and, with Jared's done such an amazing job at NASA, I think we have a good shot, right? We'll see.
Yes, Mr. President, we have an achievable plan now back to the moon, and we're back in the business of launching moon rockets with frequency. So we just sent Artemis 2 around the moon. We're going to launch Artemis 3 in 2027. We'll protect for up for 2 opportunities in 2028 to return astronauts to the surface of the moon.
I like space. I started Space Force, as you very well know. It's been very, very important. And they tried to kill it. And actually, the military would not let the Biden administration kill it. They wanted to kill it. And it's going to turn out to be one of our most important things. I think it'll turn out to be one of the most important things they did. But we got involved with NASA bringing it back. And I was saying when I first looked at some of your facilities, they had grass growing on the runways right in between the cracks of the asphalt. And but not anymore. It's really strong. And what they do, one of the things they do that's so important is for our military offense and defense. And a lot of people say, well, is it worth it? It's really worth it, because what's happened militarily, you see what we're doing militarily, a lot of that comes from space. So it's been pretty great. Good question. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 questions for you. First, on the topic of space, do you have an update on the UFO files and when we're going to be seeing those?
Well, I think we're going to be releasing as much as we can in the near future. For some reason, and I guess it's just a reason that's been in the minds of people for a long time, and that is they want to find out about the UFOs and anything having to do with UFO or related material. And we're going to be releasing a lot of things that we have. And I think some of it's going to be very interesting to people. I've interviewed people, my first term primarily, but I interviewed some pilots, very solid people, and they said they saw things that you wouldn't believe. So you're going to be reading about it. Yes.
Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Putin not too long ago. Did you talk to him about
today?
Did you talk to him about the progress in the space area, and what else did you talk
I didn't talk about space. No, I talked about Ukraine, and I talked a little bit about Iran. I talked about a few different subjects, mostly about Ukraine, and we had a very good conversation. I think we're going to come up with a solution relatively quickly, I hope.
What does he want?
I think he'd like to see a solution, I can tell you, and that's good.
What involvement does he want to have in the Iran situation?
He told me he'd like to be involved with the enrichment if he can help us get it. I said I'd much rather have you be involved with ending the war with Ukraine. To me, that would be more important, because we're gonna have that. Look, we're not going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we've knocked out their Navy, we've knocked out their Air Force, we've knocked out their anti-aircraft, everything, apparatus, everything they have, their radar. They have very little left, and they have some missiles, a small percentage. They have a small percentage of missile-making facilities. We knocked out about 80% of them. The rest could come very quickly if we don't make a deal. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They know it, and just about everybody else does. And so we talked about that a little bit. He doesn't want to see them have a nuclear weapon either. But I had a long talk with President Putin. I suggested a little bit of a ceasefire, and I think he might do that. He might announce something having to do with that. Did he announce it yet?
No, but I was wondering, I was just going to ask you.
No, I asked him about, even if it's a little ceasefire, there's so many people being killed, it's so ridiculous.
Thank you, Mr. President. In light of today's Supreme Court ruling on the Voting Rights Act, do you want Republican states in the South to look at redrawing congressional districts before
I
the
don't know, you have
midterms?
to tell me, when did the ruling come out? I've been with the astronauts. I've been with contractors because we're trying to get the ballroom built ahead of schedule. It's right on schedule. It's ahead of schedule now. I want to keep it that way. And I was also with commissioning some people, but one of, David Warrington's son. I don't know, David. Everybody knows David. He's got this incredible son. So he was just sworn in. So we had other things. Tell me about what happened.
Well, some think that the ruling can create more Republican-held congressional seats in the South.
That's good.
Yeah. Would you
That's
want
the
them
kind of ruling I like.
Would you want them to pursue
When did
that?
that happen?
Well, the Supreme Court ruled on it this morning.
Really? Is that right? You tell me about the ruling.
Well, I have a
This
question.
is CNN fake news.
On your call with President Putin today, do you think the war in Iran ends first or the war in Ukraine?
Well, we talked more about the war in Ukraine, but he would like to be of help. I said, before you help me, I want to end your war. So we had a good talk. I've known him a long time. I think he was ready to make a deal a while ago. I think some people made it difficult for him to make a deal, but we talked more about Ukraine.
But which war do you think ends first?
That's an interesting question. Coming from you, that's very interesting. Which war would end first? I don't know. Maybe they're on a similar timetable. I think Ukraine, militarily, they're defeated. Okay, you wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but militarily, look, their Navy. So they had 159 ships. Every ship is right now underwater. Typically, that's pretty good. What do you think, Jared? I mean, it's going to be hard for them to make a naval comeback. Okay, now they have an Air Force. Every one of their planes has been shot down or has been decimated. They have missiles, about 82% are gone, and they have drones, and most of them are gone. Most of the factories are mostly gone, and we have tremendous anti-drone equipment now, between lasers and that new, very special machine gun that knocks them out of the air like flies. And we use bullets instead of $1 million, missiles to knock out a $30,000 drone. So I would say Jared would tell me that with everything you just heard, typically we're in pretty good shape. And in addition, their economy is crashing. Their, as you know, their money, they call it their money, they don't have a name for it. Their money is valueless. They've got inflation that nobody's ever seen before. Other than that, I think they're doing quite well. If you read the New York Times, you'd say they're doing wonderfully because it's fake news. Or if you watch CNN, I mean, you cover it all the time. You think they're doing well. Do you think they're doing well where they have no Navy, no Air Force, no anti-aircraft apparatus, other than what they may have put there? They may have brought in some light stuff during the ceasefire, and we know exactly where it is, so it'll be knocked out within the first 15 minutes. When did it come out? Just now?
No, it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the Voting Rights Act.
Was it considered a win for
a win for Republicans?
I love it.
But my question...
This is very good. We can end this conversation. I want to read it.
My question for you, Mr. President, is that some Republican governors have not responded in terms of what they're going to do. I guess early voting, for example, in Louisiana
Republican governors what?
Republican governors.
What about it?
Early voting begins Saturday there, for instance. Should they redraw the map in the next couple of
I would. I mean, it depends. I mean, some states don't need to redraw, and some do. I mean, I know what the concept of the rule. I just haven't seen the result. Yeah, I would say generally I would think that they would want to do it. Some are greatly helped, and some, didn't make much difference. Yeah, I would say they would do that. If they have time to do it. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you, there's a lot of drama on the House floor today. Several bills were stalled, and a rule took 2 hours to pass today, and there's still some tension over the farm bill. Do you think that you need to get more involved legislatively on Capitol Hill?
Well, we want the farm bill. The Democrats don't. We want We want security, okay? We need security. We want security. The Democrats don't think we need security. They actually do, but they suffer greatly from Trump derangement syndrome, like at levels that nobody's ever seen. They're sick people. There's something wrong with them. They don't want to pay anybody for security. They don't like ICE. They don't like Border Patrol people. They don't like the people that keep us safe. You know, when they ran this, they let 25 million people into our country, and many of those people were from prisons. They were from mental institutions, drug dealers, murderers. 11,888 murderers, half of whom committed more than one murder. They think that was fine. I happen to like law enforcement. They essentially want to defund law enforcement, and I don't think the public's going to let them get away with it. You know, we got it all approved in the great big beautiful bill, and they want to renegotiate. We don't like that.
Mr. President, the King's speech that he made to Congress, he spoke strongly, forcefully about the necessity for a strong NATO alliance. He also spoke about the necessity to continue to support Ukraine. Did his speech in any way change your thinking on either of those issues?
Well, you have to understand, my thinking is, I think, exactly correct, but I was very disappointed with the fact that when we called on them to give us a little hand, we didn't need it. I actually did it just to see whether or not they'd be there. When we called on NATO to give us a hand with Ukraine, and in particular the most recent, you know, we asked them to do certain things on Ukraine, and we also wanted them to do things with Iran. And on Ukraine, they're very much involved, but they didn't do things the way we would like to see it. You know, it's been going on for a long time. And on Iran, they weren't there. As you know it better than anybody. They weren't there. The King is fantastic. We spent a lot of time together. We had a lot of talk. We talked about this also. And he loves his country, and he's a great king, and he's a great friend of mine. And I think if he were doing that, if that were up to him, he would have probably helped us with Iran. He would have followed the suggestions we made with respect to Ukraine, because, you know, we have some disagreements on Ukraine, and not having to do with NATO so much as European countries. But no, he's coming back tomorrow. We had an incredible evening last night, and he's leaving tomorrow. He's going to come back and see us before he leaves, and but I think he's a phenomenal representative for his country. I think the people in the United Kingdom should be proud. I loved the speech yesterday. I watched it. I loved the speech last night. I don't know about my speech. I thought my speech was okay too, but I thought he was. I think he's an unbelievable king, and by the way, an unbelievable queen. They are a great couple.
This morning, I don't know if we were talking about how busy you were this morning. James Comey was in court. He self-surrendered. He's now in charge a second time. This time over a social media post with seashells that said 8647. Do you really think that he was endangering your life or threatening your life with that?
Well, if anybody knows anything about crime, they know 86. You know what 86? It's a mob term for kill him. You know, you ever see the movies? 86 him. The mobster says to one of his wonderful associates, 86 him. That means kill him. It's, I think of it as a mob term. I don't know, people think of it as something having to do with disappearing, but the mob uses that term to say when they want to kill somebody, they say, 86, the son of a gun. I'm trying to keep the language nice and clear. They don't use that term, son of a gun. They use another term. But that's a mob term for kill him, yeah.
But do you really think your life was in danger?
Probably, I don't know. You know, based on what I'm seeing out there, yeah. The people like Comey have created tremendous danger, I think, for politicians and others. Comey is a dirty cop. He's a very dirty cop. He cheated on the elections. He tried to help Hillary Clinton, as you know. He dismissed a lot of things that he should have proceeded with. I wasn't involved, but he should have proceeded with. No, he's a dirty cop. He's a crooked man, yeah.
Mr. President, you just described there's been disagreement between the U.S. and Keir Starmer on support for Iran. Did your visit with the King smooth that over or create any more?
My visit with the King really was it was extraordinary. I mean, he's an extraordinary man. He's an extraordinary person. And Yeah, it helps from the standpoint that, you know, when you like the king of a country so much, it probably helps your relationship with the prime minister. But, you know, in that case, the prime minister, I said, do you want to send a little help? He said, no, we'll send it after you win the war. I said, that's not good. That's not good. What do you think of that, Jared? Sending help after we win the war? I don't know. Something that bothers me. Wait, I don't want to get you guys involved, but I can imagine what you're thinking.
The United Arab Emirates, the UAE, they pulled out of OPEC.
Yeah,
what do you think about
that? I think it's great. I think it's great. Look, I know him very well, Mohammed, and very smart. And he probably maybe wants to go his own way. That's a good thing. I think ultimately it's a good thing for getting the price of gas down, getting oil down, getting everything down. They have it all. He's a great leader, actually. So no, I'm okay. They're having some problems in OPEC.
Kevin Warsh passed a hurdle today. The Senate Banking Committee confirmed his nomination and will go to the Senate floor. He'll be on the Fed in mid-May. Is it your expectation that he can persuade the other Fed governors to lower interest rates?
Well, we'll see. I mean, they should, because it's a good time to lower them. We're the most prime country anywhere in the world. We're right now having investments made in our country at a level that nobody's ever seen. No other country's ever seen it. Tens of billions of dollars are being invested. Factories, auto plants, AI. I mean, not just AI, because AI is new. We're leading China by a lot in AI, as you know. I'm letting them build their own electric plants. They're building them, otherwise you could never do it. It was a concept that I came up with. I'm very proud of it. And by the way, they're building electric plants that people in the utility industry have never seen before. They're saying, man, that's incredible. So they're building these massive buildings that cost billions of dollars, and they're building their own electric plants, so they're not taking from a source or the old grid, you know, an old grid that wouldn't be able to do it. No, we're leading with everything, but in the history of our beautiful world, there's never been a country that has so much money being invested in it as us. And tremendous number of auto plants, by the way. The auto plants are coming out of Canada, Mexico, Japan, South Korea, Germany. They're all coming to the United States. And the reason is I have a very smart tariff policy. You know, we were taken advantage of for years. We were being ripped off by other countries for years. And those days are over. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, regarding Iran, how long are you prepared to maintain the blockade? Could that go several more months?
Well, the blockade is genius, okay? The blockade has been 100% foolproof. It shows how good our Navy is, I can tell you that. Nobody's going to play games. We have the greatest military in the world, and I built much of it during my first term, and we've been building it since. And the greatest anywhere in the world, nobody even close. And you see that, whether it's Venezuela, and they have a good military in Venezuela, but it was over in one day. It was actually over in about 48 minutes. Iran, the same thing. I mean, militarily, we've wiped them out. They have no military left. It's all the Navy's at the bottom of the sea. The Air Force is never going to fly again. We've got an amazing military. Now they have to cry uncle. That's all they have to do. Just say, we give up. We give up. But their economy is really in trouble. So it's a dead economy.
So will the economic fury and the blockade get Iran to nuclear talks fast enough, or do you think another wave of strikes will be necessary?
I don't know. It depends. We have talks. We're having talks with them now, and we're not flying anymore with 18-hour flights every time we want to see a piece of paper. We're doing it telephonically, and it's very nice. I make a call, or I have my people make a call, and you know the answer. I always like face-to-face. I consider it better. But when you have to fly 18 hours every time you want to have a meeting, and you know what the meeting's all about, and you know they're going to give you a piece of paper that you don't like before you even leave. It's ridiculous. They've come a long way. The question is whether or not they're going to go far enough. So at this moment, there will never be a deal unless they agree that there will be no nuclear weapons. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of D.C.? States like Florida, Texas, and Ohio have expressed interest.
You're going to have to say it differently.
Sorry, are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of D.C. once the lease is up?
states like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man standing right over here. You heard that question with those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing, he's got super hearing.
Trick of the trade, sir.
What's the answer to that?
I think the answer to that is we have 10 amazing centers around the country that all kind of bubble up to contribute to the mission we're able to undertake, like Artemis 2. I think in terms of the headquarters, we have a lot of people very interested in our mission. So being here in D.C. gives us the opportunity to kind of interact from all our stakeholders, make sure we make the right decisions for the nation.
Yeah, D.C. is an advantage, I guess, for you. It's got to go around. It's got to see some senators, make sure they keep going, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Probably staying around is not so bad. And importantly, Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. When I came here a little more than a year ago, it was a very unsafe city. And now, maybe even more importantly than that, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. And you helped make it hot. You helped make it hot. When a year and a half ago, and I say it a lot, the King of Saudi Arabia, but others also, the King of Saudi Arabia said, Mr. President, a year and a half ago, we thought you had a dead country. We thought the United States was a dead country, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we do. And believe it or not, I mean, when everybody in the world was watching that incredible performance by NASA, these incredible people behind me, where they get the bravery, I have no idea. But you're a big part of it. You really are. We have the hottest country in the world. Thank you very much, everybody. Great.
Well, that was very informative. And, well, I am glad that we got to hear our hero astronauts. Oh, my goodness. I was waiting for some questions. to our astronauts, but you know what? They're really amazing. And, I hope that we get to go back to the moon, but I want to see a landing on the moon. It's not a good idea to make a station in the moon. That moon gets hit with asteroids all the time. So I don't think that will be a great investment. And I don't know what kind of machinery you can actually dig up there so you can make an underground sort of thing. I would be curious, though, to see if there is actually any lava or anything in the core of the moon. I haven't really thought about it. I don't know if it has a core or what it's made of. It's impossible for us to know, I think. But, people like to make up information. It is what it is. I have to try to go and get my monitor replaced. It's because it gave out. So I'm working with a little bit on what I got. Hey, guys, thank you so much for coming in here. I appreciate you guys, man. And I know that you guys come here just to see Trump. But nonetheless, I appreciate you for coming in here. I will see you guys hopefully later today. I don't promise afternoons anymore. My wife says something else. She is the boss. She is the senior staff here in the in the Dennis Herrera show. And so I can't promise evening lives, but I will do my best. All right. With that being said, hey, guys, thank you so much for being here with me. I appreciate you. And as always, God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. Woo!